Hello. It is Monday, my dudes. We are here now. With Honkai Star Rail once more. I'm really trying to finish this patch. I swear to you guys. We've been really trying. Let me just lower Bernard a little bit here. Thank you. We've been trying. We've really been trying. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. The faster we finish up this patch, the quicker we can get to Rebirth. There we go. Adjust myself properly. Hello, Lynn. Hello, Lynn.
Hello, hello.
Who are you? Place an order. Oh, okay. It's just stuff. Alright. Consumables. Alrighty, so let us... Oh, like, what's that sound all the time? It's that one trotter. Alrighty. Let's make our way back. It's been a bit. Let's actually claim all of these. Let's get these last bit of temporary assignments that just give you stellar jade.
Yeah, all the sounds around the divergent universe are very annoying.
Very. Alrighty. So those 50, 70, 80, 90. Where are my jades at? Okay, we're almost at 5 digits. Hello, Asher. Hello, Emerald. Let's see from here. Alrighty. Batch assignments. Alright, let's make our way back to... Let's make ourselves back to the last bit. Continue challenge. Last time, we fought Lygus.
You can make the signboard stop clacking by hitting them, but
Yeah.
the trotter wiggles are unending.
Yeah.
Who's spreading gossip about me?
Heckin'... We fought Lygus. We told him that he's stinky, and that he can't kill the Chrysos heirs. Sereni was like, we're gonna keep fucking with you, and trapping you in remembrance. He is the very first genius, the person who created Naus. We went through pretty much Hycelin's story. She is just nihility.
My followers.
Zendar 1 Kawabara yet.
Yeah. Hycelin's was essentially singing to keep Lygus in a trap for 1,000 years, was very lonely, very, very, very nihility. And now I guess we're gonna do... This is supposed to be the last bit, but now we're in Ceridra's part in the Grove of Epiphany. I don't have Silver Fox. Or Silver Wolf. Okay, so this is Ceridra.
A direct offensive?
First
or
move
crush
advantage.
them from the flanks.
First move advantage. Alright, let's see what's up with here.
What brightly colored annals. The journey of the Deliverer's conquest. Let me partake in it. Is this a fortress in the sky?
This is the first step of my friend's journey among the starry seas. This place is called the Herta Space Station. Just think of it as a supersized grove of epiphany.
Oh, so it's the territory of that witch. She and another Antikytheran lent me a helping hand back at the banquet.
They're
Look,
also going to
over
have to
there.
do quite a bit if they
It
think
looks
they're
like she's
going to make
talking to
Cerebral
Madame
look
Herta
better.
in this memory.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go listen to what she thinks about this world, all constructed by eons and paths.
Are you telling me that woman is Herta?
Yeah.
She seems shorter than I remember.
Right now, they're just, for some reason, we're going into Ceridra. Apparently, she wants to know what the Trailblazer's been through. Let's see.
Pretty nice space station, huh? But just wait. After a couple more stops on the Astral Express, you'll see sights that'll make this place look ordinary. Oh, the cosmos is so vast that the unknowns far outnumber the knowns. But none of them will end up being anything amazing. The farther you go, the more you'll understand what I mean. So do your best with the nameless. Break a leg! And remember to send an update or two to Asta when you've got some downtime.
Mm-hmm.
She certainly shares my way of thinking. Only that instead of a conquest through blood and fire, they chose a gentler path.
People call Madame Herta and Mr. Screwlum geniuses. Apparently, only the smartest people in the cosmos can receive the blessings of Nous, Amphorius' true creator.
Do you mean that even individuals of such nobility are merely subordinates to a god?
Yep. That's exactly
On
what
the
you said.
contrary,
No.
after all, it was the very first of them who created the god. But I don't really know all the details about that. You might be able to ask Madame Herta herself when you get the chance. Let's go check out some other worlds next, shall we?
The Epistle of Remembrance.
This next stop on the journey has a lot of similarities to Amphorius.
A snow-covered land?
Oh, 1 second.
Interesting.
You're on thin ice, Bihari. Off-topic discussion, we don't have it. I don't care about My Little Pony.
This star is named Eurillo 6. That name sounds
One more and
so
you're out.
cold. Bellabog sounds better. The girl we see here holds a similar station to you, Imperator. She's the supreme guardian of this world. A leader who took up the mantle of government during a disaster.
They're presumably giving us a glimpse into her thought
I did
process
not
and what
expect the
led her
Empress of
down
this
the
world
road
to
she
be so
took.
young.
Though yet, all we've seen of her is
Well,
being a
your
despot who
appearance is
throws
much
out
older.
platitudes and refuses to elaborate on anything, only demanding loyalty.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She's neither Christina V nor Sabanos. I think Ceridra's VA is also from the UK.
The object in the distance resembles Nikador. Is it a weapon?
No, it's called... Right! The Geological Reconstruction Unit.
Just Giorios' Titankin? Disappointing.
It's all thanks to you that we survived the crisis. The collaboration with the IPC is both an opportunity and a challenge. Nonetheless, it's an important step in our journey back into the
Incorrect.
universe.
It's the engine of creation.
This world was sealed beneath its sky just like Amphorius was, and they only managed to reconnect with the
chicken tacos are
stars when
great.
the Nameless arrived.
That IPC she spoke of, is it a more powerful organization?
Yes, the IPC conquered many worlds through trade, and opened up a vast territory that way. There are many such powerful alliances beyond Amphorius, and they all walk on roads different from the destruction. Coming back to the Supreme Guardian and her Belobog, didn't they find a peaceful way to enter the interstellar community?
That cannot be true. That IPC would never have grown so big on trade alone. It may pretend to be a wealthy merchant with clean hands, but I am willing to bet that it grew fat on gory oppression and bloodshed.
And you'd be right.
Its path of
You would
conquest
be
must have
absolutely
had
right.
No mercy for the weak, and would have destroyed them if needed.
Fully accurate, yes.
Are you telling me that this snowland never thought about tossing its dignity to the wind and kneeling to the IPC? I will not believe it.
Briefly, they thought about it.
I will never allow the Imperator's empire to be sullied by others. Amphorius must become a power so strong that no interstellar foreigner would dare to look down upon us.
Imperator, Belobog isn't as weak as you imagine. Listen.
I indeed hesitated. But now I understand what we must do. Belobog must learn how to walk on her own, until she no longer needs the support of others, and can stand on her 2 feet among the stars. Even if I may not live to see it, I believe such a day will surely come.
They still have their dignity intact. One day, that hope will melt through the ice and help them into a prosperous tomorrow.
But the order of the cosmos is already set in stone. The old laws decree that only the strong survive, binding the weak in an unbroken chain, until they wither and turn to dust. Unless they embrace the power of the destruction. Amphorius must shatter the old law and become the new order among the stars.
Speaking of the Order, another one of my friend's companions may be able to enlighten you further on that. Let's go to the next page.
I indeed hesitated.
This next world is a nation of dreams. The first time I heard about that place, I didn't even know what to think.
Such opulence does indeed evoke astonishment.
This world is called Penacony, an eternal city built upon a land of dreams. It's also my friend's previous stop, where they went through a risky but exciting adventure.
Tell me about it then. That man standing afar has wings on his head. I am truly curious.
Sure.
I wish to gaze upon the views of the Reverie Hotel one more time. I'll be just a traveler when I come back here again. And perhaps, through a traveler's eyes, even the things I once knew so well will feel strangely different.
Penacony is a land of the harmony, where all dreams and hopes merge and combine. It believes in unrestrained freedom, and that's how it lost itself in shallow delights. Then, this young man before you chose to rewrite its laws, using the power of the Order, hoping to shape a dream-bound paradise of perfect happiness.
Yet, the paradise of my dreams remains far away. Perhaps a brief journey with the Nameless can show me more possibilities in my search for paradise. As for what Penacony should look like, it'll be up to her. No, up to their trailblazing now.
Oh, it sounds like this ideal kingdom is no more.
That's right. The people chose to wake up at the end. You can't see tomorrow when drowning in sweet dreams.
This individual's law acknowledged only gods and constructs, leaving no space for humanity. And yet, the fact that he could accept defeat and resume his journey shows a rare self-awareness and clarity of mind.
You are also very self-aware, Imperator. Then you must know that the world promised by the destruction also has no place for humanity.
I am indeed very aware of Lycurgus's honeyed words of deceit. I have seen enough. Take me back.
Mm-hmm.
Then let's wrap up this trip down memory lane with one last scene.
This absolute wonder.
Isn't it pretty? That's our Emporius. Our world flows and meanders in this endless band of light. Though we were born from the designs of the gods and are not yet truly alive, the Chrysos heirs of Emporius still chose to stand against fate and carved a legend no different from that of humankind. Will you really renounce the heroes in this world's previous 30 million cycles, Imperator? Including even yourself. Will you bow to brutal destiny and allow that puppet master named the destruction to have their wish?
I know what you want to do, sidekick. You want to use that deliverer's memories to influence me and tilt the scales of law toward her and the two geniuses.
You really saw right through me, Imperator.
How can one rule an empire if one is incapable of understanding people's minds? I have decided on law's final destination. However, before I move my next chess piece, before we go on, tell me this, sidekick. Throughout her trailblaze, was there ever a memory of the ocean?
The
The ocean. My cradle. My home. You shall complete your conquest in the ocean at the boundaries of this world, and eternally slumber in the sound of tides. You shall eternally slumber in the sound of tides, and complete your conquest in the ocean at the boundaries of this world. Our prophecies aligned as flawlessly as a sea snake circling upon itself. An elegant loop, like a joyful hymn.
Their prophecies were essentially the same. But it's that Saridra will die in the ocean.
Like the circulating ocean current. Like our two fates. Like Amphorius itself.
Chill out, Bihari, it's fine. Let's see. Prophecies aligned. Elegant loop, like a joyful hymn. You shall complete your conquest in the ocean at the boundaries of this world and eternally slumber in the sound of tides. That's Saridra's. You shall eternally slumber in the sound of tides and complete your conquest in the ocean at the boundaries of this world. And that one's Pycelin's. And that she essentially put herself to sleep
Yep.
Yeah. $39.60 at the end of the campaign against Fagusa.
The trial is over. So tell me, who will own the divine authority of law?
I won't give it to anyone.
What?
I am the law.
Ceredra will accomplish her
Why
goal
should
and
I give
drown,
my
while
imperial
his lens will
crown to
accomplish her
another?
goal after a long wait in the ocean's depths.
Mm-hmm.
Both the Deliverer and the Theoros came from beyond the sky. They have no right to interfere with the lands I conquered with my own two hands. The law of Amphorius shall be determined by Amphorius's master.
You're on timeout until you calm down.
What exactly did you see in the trial?
Everything. I saw everything regarding the rules of this world's operation. I saw the laws of extrapolation that Theoros spoke of. I saw the ultimate protocol. As long as I offer a sacrifice of equal weight, I can rewrite the laws of this world according to my will. I can turn good into evil, ugliness into beauty, and weakness into strength. Fate gave me a very fair deal. One rule change for the life of one demigod.
What are you planning to do?
You can't guess? We can conquer the stars without relying on any power from beyond the sky. We just need to make some reasonable sacrifices.
Your ambitions have already made so many people give up their lives for the law. And you're still not done?
I am determined for Amphorius to stand on her own 2 feet among the stars.
You are beyond reason. You think such a simple and hypocritical statement can justify your atrocities.
There's no new without destroying the old. That's what you consider an atrocity? Ironic, for that is also the unchanging law of Amphorius's revolutions. Ever since the Flame Chase prophecy resounded in the distance, fate has decreed for the Chrysos heirs to ignite our blood and illuminate this dark age. People would still be puppets of the old dynasty if it weren't for my conquests.
But your world doesn't seem to be any different from your predecessors. Bloodshed, tyranny, oppression.
My accent is really trying very hard to slip through, but I was told to retain an American accent. Ah, man.
He.
I'm not the only one who hears
Such
it, right?
is order.
I'm not the only one that hears it, right?
No.
Like, it's hard. Like, there's a strain to her words as a result of how she's really trying to keep her accent. Welsh Femboy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
But your world doesn't seem to be any different
But Joel!
But your world doesn't seem to be...
But Joel rule. It slipped out a little bit there. But Joel rule.
But your world doesn't seem to be any different from your predecessors.
Predecessors.
Bloodshed, tyranny, oppression.
Mm-hmm.
You're making the same mistakes they did.
Go and see everything for yourself. Go to any library I've built. Go listen to the rumors on every street corner. Go and witness how the Imperator crushed
British
the
VA
old
trying to sound
laws
American,
and
American VA
forged
trying to sound
new
British.
ones.
Yep. What's her
Go and
normal
see
accent?
what my
One second.
conquests brought to this world.
When it comes to High Sealands is from the UK. If you've played Final Fantasy XIV and you are caught up with the MSQ, High Sealands' voice actress played Medion and the End Singer. So we know she's a wonderful actress. I can't remember her name right now off the top of my head, unfortunately. With Saridra, I think Saridra's VA is also from the UK. Let's see. Voice. Rhiannon Mauschel is the Tiny Terror. Oh, Rhiannon, the VA for Saridra, is an Australian actor based in England. So it's an Australian actor in the UK. Wow. So another UK actress. Here's the thing again, Saridra been doing an amazing job holding back her accent and probably trained a lot more to like Americanize it. But it is really interesting that again, like High Sealands herself, considering that she's from the ocean, could have probably gotten away with her British accent. And then again, and meanwhile, Aglaya has it the whole way through.
Go and see everything for yourself. Go to any library I've built. Go listen to the rumors on every street corner. Go and witness how the Imperator crushed the old laws and forged new ones. Go and see what my conquests brought to this world.
What else has she been in? Apparently she was in Warframe as Sithel. I don't know a lot of these voice roles, unfortunately. Dragonair. Oh, Catbee. And she was in Poppy Playtime as the Catbee cutout. Gotta use the potty very soon. Bree and Crush Crush. Hi, Watcher. Hello, hello. Yeah, so she's been in a couple things. And I think because of that, she's gotten a lot of training. Let's see. I gotta use the bathroom, unfortunately. Very wonderful voice. Very wonderful voice. Again, if I wasn't told already, when her VA announced the role that she was in the UK, I probably would have thought she was American. But that makes, I think the new Trailblazer is in the UK as well. The new Femme Trailblazer. That makes Saridra, High Sealands, Hyacinth. Wow. They're all UK actors. Before we continue, are we allowed to talk about the thing? What do you mean? What thing? Write it in the chat where it won't appear as I go BRB screen because I have to use the bathroom. All right, we're back. I really needed to use the bathroom. Holy moly. The bright side, the good thing about tea is that it really helps with your tummy when you've got a lot going on in there. And, you know, it helps with your digestion. Because
Yep.
it's nice and warm and it's cleansing. The bad news
But
is...
also-
Uh-huh.
No, go on.
Oh no, I was gonna say just like also, but the bad news is that it also like jumpstarts your digestion and it like really makes things go. So I was just like, ah!
Sure does.
Yeah, that's it. That's today's TMI. You're gonna say, hun? Oh, I needed that.
Oh no, that was it. I was just setting you up.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, thank you, Watcher of the Chaps. Thank you.
As someone who also drinks a lot of tea.
Yeah, I've been drinking a lot more tea than I ever have in the past week, and it's been feeling really nice. It's a nice mood booster. It's relaxing. It helps with it helps like my tummy after food, having something warm instead of having something cold. I'll still have a cold drink here and there, but I think like before eating, while you're eating, after eating,
Also, hot drinks are way better for you than cold ones.
Yeah, but I love a cold fizzy. I love me a cold fizzy though. But having something warm,
yeah, you do.
Having something warm like during meals, it just really helps the food hit. I've been really, really enjoying it. And I'm so happy I've been getting so much use out of this little teapot that Jester's mama got me a long time ago. Because I felt so bad having this teapot and never using it. And right now I've used it so much. I'm having like 2 pots of tea a day.
You have your own personal teapot too?
Yeah, it's really cute. You want to see it? Hold on, I'm gonna take a picture of it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it's one that she got me for Christmas. I'm gonna take a picture.
I have mine too.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture like with my little mug. It comes with its own cup, but I don't use it because the cup is way too big. The cup literally holds the teapot's worth of tea, and I'm kind of like, if I'm gonna do that, what's the point? What's the point in doing that? I put it in our stream chat, and then I've got like the cup I've been using because it helps me like disperse my tea so that all my tea doesn't get cold in one shot. It's like my smallest mug. But yeah, and thank you Nuggies. Thank you for the congrats. Yeah, I'm gonna make a command at some point. Kind of like how Scylla.
This one's mine.
Ooh, I kind of have oh, that one's cute. I had something like that a long time ago. It wasn't the exact same.
Isn't it?
It's really cute. I had one that had like it looked like a Chinese teapot, but it was glass and cute. Like I can't remember where exactly I got it. And it had like this really pretty flower pattern on it. I don't think I'll be able to find it now because it's such an old it was a long time ago. Or was it a Japanese glass teapot, not a Chinese one? Here we go. It had like the little handle and everything.
I never actually used the scented candle base, but it sure is there.
I'm guessing it's just to mostly keep it warm, if anything. Yeah, I had one that looked similar to that. And it had like the cute little handle, and like if you wanted to, you could actually put it in the stovetop. But I never did that because I was more worried that I was gonna fuck it up. I ended up giving it to my sister-in-law. Because I was like, I was moving to Canada, so I was like, well, I don't need this. And you like tea, and maybe having a nice teapot will also encourage you to drink more tea. and I gave that to her, as well as it was a tea from Tivana called Youthberry, and it was so good. It was a white tea. But yeah, I have this cute little teapot from David's. That's where she got it from. And yeah, it only holds like about 20 ounces of tea. It's a very small personal teapot. But I think it's perfect.
Yeah.
And I think what's also been helping me with drinking all this tea, it helps me get all those good things, all those like antioxidants and all that stuff. And it's keeping me hydrated. I'm drinking so much water now because of this. And again,
Right.
I don't have to add sugar in it anymore, and it's just been really, really nice. Okay, Saridra, what are you saying?
I cleansed the Chrysos War's filth, and mended all the conflicts left by the Era Bellica. I restored Akima's might, and allowed mortals and Chrysos heirs to face each other as equals in the Council. I punished all sins, and rewarded all achievements. I smashed Talantin's shackles, united humankind to save themselves, and started the Flame Chase era. That's what the Imperator has done in her glorious life. So now, hearken to my final words. History will eventually forget Saridra. But it will never forget the Imperator's people, or the Flame Chase era she began.
Final words.
Amphorius is about to be destroyed. There's no time left for pointless debates.
I cut off all the laughter.
Saridra is talking about how, well yeah, she was tyrannical, she did betray her followers and forge her crown of their blood, but like, she did make the world a better place though.
Yeah. She was a piece of work.
There is only one law I want to overturn to aid the final battle of deliverance.
As long as you aren't
So
one
I
of the
will only
people she
offer
killed in the
life of
process.
one demigod. In the name of the Imperator, I command you one last time, Electra. Either sacrifice yourself for conquest, or pierce this tyrant's chest with your sword.
And she's not
the
wrong, but she's
Imperator
also
concluded her
justifying
final
her
speech.
atrocities because everyone else gets to live with the benefits.
Yeah. She's like, so what if I did all that shit? You're benefiting from it. It's like, what are you? He's a piece of shit, but sounds like justify the mean. It's an ends justify the means. Yeah. If it wasn't for all the bullshit she did, Aglaya's job would have been so much harder.
At the end of her life, at the last moment before she stepped onto the altar, she gave her most loyal subject the choice.
It's a
to
good
decide
case of
fate,
talking about Shiro's
just
line
as she
and fate.
promised her compatriots.
My blood
Yeah.
flows.
Hold on.
Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right.
Yeah. That's as she promised her compatriots for her very first campaign. My blood flows in you now, heroes.
Who's in you now, heroic compatriots? Follow me, and we'll seize fate's reins!
The Imperator fell. Some say that the Dux Gladiorum turned traitor and killed her liege. Some say that she imprisoned the tyrant in a shallow pond of water, then left. Which meant the Imperator had to kill herself to rewrite the law. There are countless stories about her death. All we can be sure of is when the knight left the vortex, the Imperator was still mumbling about their past conquests together. The beginning and the end of her existence.
Imperator, wait! How could someone of your status come to the front lines? Let me be the flag bearer!
The troops defending the pass to the west of the grove. Have they surrendered?
They ran as quickly as
She's
they
not
could when
lying.
they heard
She
your
objectively
name.
did make the
They're
world a
building
better
Cocoon
place for
Pass is
everyone
now
still
in the
living
First
in it,
Legion's
by a
hands.
considerable and immediately recognizable degree. But also she, tyrannical despot and war criminal who carved that path through genocide, conquest and betrayal.
Yeah. Some would say that the ends justified her means, but that's not to say
She
there
is
wasn't.
correct, but she is not righteous.
Yeah. It's also that thing of like, just because she did it this way doesn't mean it couldn't have been done any other way.
Good. What about the Delosian militia?
The 3rd Legion set fire to the mountains and flattened everything west of the basin. They just need a few more days.
That is enough. We cannot afford to miss an opportunity for victory. Lastly, how many Laedonian cannons are left?
They are no more. The 2nd and 4th Legions have destroyed them all.
She chose to get it done as quick and dirty as possible, and damn was she dirty.
Very good. They now have no way out, no reinforcements, and no artillery support. We will be able to liberate the Grove of Epiphany in the blink of an eye. We will launch the final charge 1 quint after the curtain fall hour tomorrow. Remember, as long as the Alliance's flag still flies on my shoulders, you must keep moving forward. Take no prisoners among the enemy's soldiers. All sages who resist are to be captured and tried according to martial law. And do not destroy any books. Now go! Notify the entire army!
Oh. All stages who resist will be captured. And do not destroy any books. Interesting.
Now to catch up since I was yapping.
Yeah, now go. Artillery. Liberate the Grove of Epiphany.
Understood. Those who are resolved to die, we salute you.
Reporting in. The mountain dwellers are resisting fiercely, and the legendary Mountain Breaker has personally engaged in battle. Their formations are nigh impenetrable.
Then cease our frontal assault. Send scouts to all legions and tell them to retreat into the Tritos Plains before the parting hour.
Are you planning to surrender?
It's a strategic change of plans. The seismic walking dragon is enough for that battlefield.
Walking dragon? You mean that stupid beast, Terravox? What can they even do?
Stupid? No. They are the wisest of all of Giorio's creations. Only they can perceive the currents of time. Let them deal with their earthly brethren. We will advance and take the lead in defeating what remains of our enemy. I will deliver the most fiery retribution for the humiliation they dealt us, and crown myself with a god-slaying wreath.
Understood. I'll see to it. Those who are resolved to die we salute you.
The Temple of the Three Fates sent a letter, Imperator.
They refused to surrender, and said this letter is their last warning to us.
Tell the commanding officers not to launch any attacks unless they receive the Imperator's handwritten approval. Disobedience will be punished by death.
What are you doing?
The priests of the Three Fates aren't soldiers, but politicians. Do not mistakenly believe they don't have a plan. These dying pests will wring out every idea from their brains, all for short-sighted gain. They are much shrewder than we are. I am inferior to them in that regard. They also have the prophecy to wield as a weapon, something I am not blessed with. Launching an unplanned attack will only disadvantage us, as all of Amphorius will judge our actions. Which means, I will be heading to the battlefield myself, just as I have always done. This time, however, I will go alone. I will conduct secret negotiations to ensure fate is on our side.
Uh-oh, Triane and Trinan are gone now.
The legions will make their preparations. Those who are resolved to die, we salute you.
Why are we not allowed to march out with the army, Imperator?
Now High Sealands is gone.
This will be a long voyage with no return. Those of you who bear the prophecy cannot come with me.
Why are you personally leading this battle if it's doomed to fail? The Flame Chase journey cannot be without a leader.
That is correct. The Empire will be without a head when the Imperator falls. But remember, as long as you seize the right opportunities, even a chaotic game will remain winnable. My departure will create a long staircase for you. You will understand what I mean when news of my death reaches your ears.
Saridra, is our journey about to be over?
Destroy the old laws and forge new ones. My conquest has reached its limits within the borders of Amphorius. Since the prophecy already decreed that the Imperator would never conquer the stars as she wished, I will bow out here and try no more. More Chrysos heirs bearing divine authority will be born, and many more heroes will arise. Will they demand peace or war? Will they resist tyranny or become the next Imperator? I do not care. The children of the future will decide for themselves. Do not mourn for me. Anyone can kill the Imperator, but the only one who can truly destroy her is Saridra.
At the end, I faithfully recorded the most important battles in the Imperator's life. Her conquest was about to be completed at this point in the story. However, for some reason, a memory suddenly entered my mind just as I was about to put down my pen. It was a journey on a fantastical train. I had the honor of having a heart-to-heart conversation with the Imperator under the stars. And I asked her this question at the end of that discussion. How do you want history to remember you? As a hero who gave up her life for the Flame Chase? Or as a tyrant? She answered so quickly, as if she had made up her mind long ago.
I would rather be forgotten than be defined. Because the law can be neither eternal nor unchallenged.
It's all her chess pieces.
And only humanity can pen laws into history's pages.
That's a nice CG. Oh my god, more Yap Rail. Hi, Runaway. We're near the end, I feel. I'd rather be forgotten than to be defined, because the law can be neither eternal nor unchallenged, and only humanity can pen laws into history's pages.
Now, I have shattered the greatest law of Amphorius. The game is nearing its end.
She said that she had to sacrifice one demigod in order to change one rule of law. And in this case, it was like...
Also harkens back to early on in Amphorius, when they were having artists draw the heirs alongside chess pieces.
Mm-hmm. When she talks about how, again, it's like, in order to do the trial, she had to do a lot of sacrifices, but now to change one law, she had to sacrifice a demigod. And in this case, it was like, Hycelians, either you kill yourself, or you kill me. And I think in that case, it was like, the rule that, this is speculation, because I could be talking out of my ass and not really understanding what's going on. The law that she wants to unwrite is that the Titan decides the law, and instead it be humanity that decides. That's something along the lines of what I'm picking up.
Dux Gladiorum. Even though you killed the
I do think they are in part trying to make Cerebral like Lelouch in Code Geass.
30 million cycles.
Yeah. That was a thing too. Lelouch, a lot of Lelouch's symbolism had to do with chess pieces as well.
Yet.
This time, you finally found your own law. Then, Hycelians, Electra.
And his entire story was about making himself the evil to take down for the sake of giving someone else a better world.
Ocean at the boundaries of this world. To you. Will you choose to swim into that ocean? I do not care. Do not care.
But we haven't had enough time with her to really sell that. Mostly only works if you know Code Geass and project it.
Yeah, exactly. She is kind of Lelouch in that thing, and it's fair to say, it's fair too that Lelouch might have been some inspiration, even down to the fact that her hair is white, because Lelouch's original concept, his hair was white. I feel like here she's trying to convince herself that she doesn't care. I mean, yeah, that seems to be the case. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. I'm sure this isn't the exact ending she wanted, but the reason she kept doing everything, the reason she kept wanting to conquer and become more powerful, is because she kept telling herself that that was what was good and that was what was right. But she also knew...
Well, one of her main quotes is that she was already willing to sacrifice her king piece for the sake of her ambition.
Yeah. And she is the king in this aspect. She is
the king piece.
Yeah, she is the king piece. She was always willing to sacrifice herself if it meant her ambitions would be completed. So she was even under the idea of, I don't even have to be alive as long as what I want still ends up happening. I mean, if you have the gall to kill a demigod, caring for the consequences is the least of their worries. That or she's American. So she is definitely she definitely feels inspired in some way to Lelouch. Unfortunately though, what makes this sort of fall flat is how late into the patch it is.
She's not quite to annex levels of life is overrated. Fuck survival.
Yeah, she's... I don't know. Like, this is her side of the story, and I still am sitting here not feeling like it's enough. Either that or because I'm not quite understanding entirely yet. But it feels like her whole thing...
I definitely think she's supposed to be Lelouch coded, but we needed to have her longer for it to land.
Yeah. It's that thing of, I also think, the patch focused too much on High Sealans. And I think it's because of that, it's at the cost of Saridra. And maybe the fact is, like, if we give you Saridra first, it's going to lessen the impact of everything she'd done and the reason why. It's to find out later why she did everything she did. But you already kind of know her, you already kind of know her shtick the moment she arrives on screen. The ends justify the means. I am the law. I will take down the laws of the old world and rewrite new ones. Humanity will conquer, and everyone will know my name as the Grand Conqueror, the one who made this place the way it is. And while not many people remember the Imperator or remember her as a tyrant, it's still a thing of, like, yeah, the way she did things was cruel and evil. Like, she committed genocide. There were atrocities left and right. High Sealans are like, was like, you committed so many atrocities and savagery. And Saridra's response was, but look how much better the world is after the fact. Where again, you can't argue that. It just sucks that that's how it happened. That was the quickest and dirtiest way to do it, but it got results.
He took over the grove to have a party on sacred ground just to flex.
Yeah. She didn't, like... She didn't care because the ends justified the means, and it was how she got what she wanted. I mean, the first thing she does when we meet her is drop a corpse as a gift like a cat. Oh yeah, of course. Like, again, she is cruel. She is absolute. She is ruthless. She is a tyrant. But she got results.
She is incredibly focused on symbols.
And yeah, again, everything comes down to her, everything came down to a game of chess. It's just sad that I feel like we needed a lot more time to kind of help really sink in the depth and the meaning of her actions. That in the end, like, again, like she told Aglaya, when I die, there is going to be a long staircase. But the point is that she's pretty much telling Aglaya, the path for you will be set after I die. You will know exactly what you should and shouldn't do after I die. To make sure that the flame chase finishes. Because again, she's the one that made the flame chase law. So that it can be finished so that the prophecy could happen and all of that shit. It's just, she had to be that evil.
The Imperator muttered about her conquests, and news of her death spread in the city.
Actual corpse CG. Yeah, dead eyes. Goodbye, Star Rail Farina.
Freedom! Liberty! The tyrant is dead! Go! Shout this news in the streets!
My people, my fellow elders, do not panic. Stand your ground. That usurper...
Everything she does is in the vein of, I will conquer you with utmost brutality, so surrender as spare yourself the futile bloodshed. Which is the more merciful road in the long term, but atrocities remain atrocities.
People once cheered for my ascension. And now they cheer for my fall. No matter. I am fond of applause. I see the cosmos, the battlefield that I cannot reach.
She was definitely also given, if her design wasn't also inspired by Farina, the concept art was passed around the studio. Like, here's a concept art for Farina that didn't make it. Here, use this, Star Rail. Because there's no way you're gonna tell me that two characters associated with justice and law, both jellyfish haircut, white-haired, short blue girls that are all about, I am the law, I am the one in control. Now with Farina, it was a whole different angle. The whole thing was she was a grand actress. And with Saridra, you could say that she was playing the role, she accepted the role of a tyrant and played her role to a T. That it was all to her a game. Just like to Farina, even though it was a very important role and a matter of life and death for Fontaine, it was a very important role that she had to play, the role of an Archon. Farina feels very different from her though, more reminds me of Folsalor. My point still stands. I know Farina is very, very different as a character. She was very sympathetic, she was very lonely, she was very torn from the loneliness of this duty that she was essentially made to play. But she still played, when it came time to play the role of the Archon of Law, she played it as well as she could.
Yeah, Saridra is Furina and Nivi together.
Yeah. My main point being is that I'm very sure that when it came to designing Farina and when it came to deciding Saridra, the concepts were very similar because they were probably concepted by the same person. And once Farina was solidified, any remaining concepts they used for Saridra, because there's way too many similarities for it to be coincidence. Way too many.
They also used that prophecy to contextualize a scene shortly before it.
And then any water aspects.
Which is what makes Saridra make up her mind.
Yeah, and then any water thing that Saridra didn't have, just tack High Sealins on, and then let's do a CG where she's in the water dead. Like, I don't know. I'd be very surprised if there was absolutely no relation between the concepts of Saridra and Farina. They're way too similar.
I will return.
Saridra asks if any of the travels we were on involved the ocean.
The stars will hear my legion's war drums. hear the great name of the Imperator. Here, Amphorius.
Which was Theridra checking to see if she was destined to die on Amphorius.
Yeah.
To this day,
Because
we do
no,
not know
no
which
they did
rule
not.
the Imperator overwrote at the cost of her life. Perhaps the truth will only be revealed at the moment of checkmate, just like every chess game she ever played.
Okay, so we still don't know what rule she overwrote.
We only know her death inflamed Akama. On one side of the city, those who defended liberty toppled her statues to the ground. On the other side, her supporters put themselves between the masses and her monuments.
Yes, and of course,
declaring
we aren't
loudly
actually
that
done with
the
them.
sovereign is still among the people.
Yeah.
We will definitely have one more cycle.
It is said that golden blood congealed into the same letters everywhere they fought. It was the name borne by Akama's first and final sovereign, the Imperator Theridra. But the one who bore that name did not see any of this. Her gaze was cast far away, and the sound of tides in her ears drowned out the people's cries. What was the Imperator thinking about in that prophesized ocean at the boundaries of this world? In that shallow puddle of stagnant water? Was she reminiscing about her past conquests? Or repenting for the millions killed for the plane chase? It was neither. The Imperator only saw how the surface of the water gleamed like that crude chessboard.
It is very funny to me that they draw her as a mature grown woman on murals.
The afternoon when her teacher played against her for the first time.
Look at this chessboard. What do the pieces look like?
They are strangely beautiful. They look like the stars in the night sky ablaze.
From that page emerged an ocean. So vast, so pure. Not a single trace of corruption. Is this Theridra?
Electra, my subject. Ever since you walked out of the tainted ocean and pledged yourself to me, I have seen the abyss in your eyes and the emptiness in your heart. That was why I promised you a new ocean, where the Imperator's ambitions would serve as the currents, and loyalty would be its light. Electra, my subject. You have done your duty as my blade. The prophecy has now made its final decree on the road I intend to walk. My conquest is doomed to never reach the stars.
Oh hey Scale Gorge Waterscape.
But the Imperator never makes empty promises. So take this memory, this ocean, beyond the sky, as witnessed by the Deliverer. This is the final gift that the Imperator can leave for her subject.
When I was still a fish in the ocean, I always felt so genuine swimming through the waters. But once I stepped onto land, I found myself caught in a play. Every land dweller wore a mask in their life. So I, too, donned a costume and tried to find my role in this show. I became your blade in war and the violin strings at banquets. Do you still not get it? I do not long for the oceanic depths of my homeland. Nor do I crave the swelling seas beyond the sky. Perhaps even I don't know what I want. I still don't know where I should swim to even at the end. But I know one thing right now. A fish is simply a fish. And she can never leave the ocean she's in. But whether under the ocean or on land, we two prisoners who can never escape this cave can still look outside the cave and see the stars.
I have to admit, the 12-factor simulation of life in this experiment has far exceeded my expectations.
Make your choice then, senior society member. Do you want to keep walking down the wrong path and be remembered for your incorrect
Also just taking a moment to appreciate how much better her performance gets as we get deeper in.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh well.
Or do you want to return to the audience's seat and give yourself, Amphorius, and the entire cosmos a more fitting end?
I must refuse. A dead man never fears death.
Did I not make myself clear? Have you forgotten about our dear Lord of Silence? You wouldn't want her to consider your 8 other clones as cancers within the erudition and chop them all up, would you?
Your logical deductions are vastly different from mine. Therefore, allow me to provide one more academic recommendation. Listen, my peers. Why don't you look beyond this world? Just as the Chrysos heirs did. Re-evaluate your calculations and take into account all enemies in the upcoming war among the eons. Amphorius is not a place where 3 paths entangle, but where 3 paths fight to the death. You used Memoria to resist me, but did you not consider the possibility that the Remembrance and their children might have taken this opportunity to join the fray as well?
In the meantime...
Oh, so this isn't just silence. It's the answer. What was the last thing she said to you before you parted the waters at the Scale Gorge waterscape? A tricky question, but one with a simple answer. She didn't say anything back then, right?
That's correct.
Sure
And
didn't,
now
we
I'm
gave
sure.
triple dots. I remember.
Yeah.
You are not March 7th. There's no way she would remember that detail.
Accurate.
Yeah. He wasn't there for that.
I'll only warn you once.
She was, but March is scatterbrained at the best of times.
Now.
Yeah. But she might as well not have been there.
How impulsive. That's not like you at all. Why don't you calm down and think about another possibility? I didn't take over March 7th's body. Rather, it's March 7th who regained my memories.
All right. Frozen tides. In an ocean that knows not of the sky.
Not too bad. Was about an hour with our chatter.
Yeah. A princess sang a forlorn melody, dreaming of a hero's arrival. Oh, I think that's High Sealands' song. Beneath the bubbles. Nameless recollection. The wine dark sea buries yesterday's sunset, yet shall cradle tomorrow's dawn. From the destiny bestowed upon this journey, I will inscribe it within these pages. Before their deaths. Okay. We'll probably learn more about them, obviously, in the next patch. Let's quickly take a moment, since we don't have Fate today, so we have a little bit of extra time we can devote to Rebirth in exchange. But let's take a look. What's that? Oh, Scepter. Astral Computer. Assuming the Manto Theoris, his name is Xander One Kuwabara, administrator and prime mover of the Amphorius experiment. Walks the path of erudition, yet seeks to forge destruction. Iron Tomb. Oh, there's something new in everything now. Ultimate Protocol. Nikos. Hatred. Philia. Still not saying anything. Once briefly appeared in the Forgotten Years. Current whereabouts unknown. Hubris. Law. Performs continuous calculations for single purpose. His decisions are strongly guided by externalities. Electric signal possesses high stability and can execute decisions in an efficient manner. Its behavioral pattern aligns with the establishment, expansion, destabilization, and collapse the principles of order and applies to the vast majority of intelligent civilization. Reason, critique. Death,
Yet,
peace.
as expected, Ceredra represent ENA the Order.
Yeah. The simulated path of elation, which is trickery. Based on the principle of minimal disturbance. Aporia, ocean. Logic. Where life chooses self-destruction to avoid annihility. In most death loop processes, its behavioral pattern is highly coupled with other electrical signals.
Ha.
Yeah. It's usually fucking around with somebody else. Isealans is usually listening to somebody else.
Basically saying his lens is incredibly impressionable.
Yeah, she takes orders. Mobile, self-negation, ocean. Polmos, strife. Yeah. This contradiction bears a strong resemblance to the hunt, and likewise destined for self-annihilation. Influenced by data abandoned by...
Yet, seems she's based on either IX or a self-annihilator.
Polmos is mighty. There's a certain possibility it will self-restart after computation terminates. Kalos.
I was meaning his lens.
Yeah. transforming into self-sacrifice that aligns with the beauty. And also possesses a strong affinity for other electrical signals. Yeah, so they went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Forgotten years. Records that are completely missing from logs, presenting as blank spaces and forced
Aguya is the beauty as expected, and it's saying she's incredibly compassionate.
Yeah. Never returning readable. These anomalies occur sporadically and randomly across reoccurrences and show signs of increase. Invading variable March 7th, Thelia 093, Evernight. The exact cause remains unknown. Yeah, the invading variable March 7th, something something Thelia, something Evernight. Nameless from the Astral Express. External variable accidentally
Okay, so
entered.
that is worthwhile though.
Yeah. Also, a past right of destruction. They resonated with the 12 factors. Assume the vacant time
It marks
track.
March and Evernight as separate entities.
Yeah. The recursive cycle. This entity assumed the vacant time track and simply guided Nikos. Overriding command granted access. I'll be waiting for you in the past. Executing override command granted access. Yeah, and that was I think, March 7th and blank. An external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Time Titan. In the recursive track, assume the vacant track. Yeah. It's pretty possible that
that's
this...
fascinating.
Yeah, so the Time Titan, in this case, would be either Orynyx or Evernight, but... Don Hung. Failed to locate coordinates. Screw them. ID screw. High risk external variable. No, just you wait. I heard I will definitely return and retire both
It's
you
saying
and
she was the Time Titan, but we literally never heard anyone talk about the Time Demigod in this cycle.
Yeah. Oh, there's more here. Record of electronic signals, hostile behaviors. Oh my god, there's a bunch. Ever considered doing ASMR? I have done ASMR before, and but they're usually not safe for work. They're more like audio role plays than ASMR, but yeah. And I've considered doing some more ASMR stuff since I have the tools for it. Just finding time. Light calendar, Saridra fused with the ultimate protocol and submitted an internal command marking Lycos as a malicious visitor and freezing approximately 60% of special permissions for ID Lycos. According to the protocol, Lycos' self-defense permissions were retained and the remaining frozen permissions were gradually restored. Subsequently, Saridra rewrote the ultimate protocol to temporarily grant access permissions to Herta and Screw at the cost of ceasing to respond itself. What the fuck's wrong with my mouse? Close. Terravox did not engage in any hostile actions. This entity cannot be located after 3961. Aglaya engaged in direct...
So that's what she did.
Yeah. The law she rewrote.
She gave Herta and Skrullum admin privileges.
Yep. Engaged in direct conflict with Lycos, but the attack proved futile. Final stage of a guy's life. The weighing of survival within the decision-making process approached 0. Castris. Then it's a demigod. Mobility permissions were removed and confused with coordinate nether realm. Affecting Styxia and Vortex of Genesis. Trebios and completely stopped responding in Light Calendar 4295. Mighty Mos. Incomplete restart permissions. Installing its cognitive module through a ceremony, copying its own data, and promoting its permissions to unconditional and infinite restart. Feature actions are permanently set to continuous neutralization of ID Lycos. Suspending 20 years, Lycos forced Mighty Mos to cease responding. Saphira's instinct-based. Logic. Calculation. Vortex of Genesis equals... Saphira inserted a sourceless command, which was a lie. Coordinate Vortex of Genesis equals coordinate Akama. Guiding I-Key Lycos to the battlefield. After the command took effect, Lycos forced Saphira to cease responding. No direct attacks from Exagris were detected. It is suspected to have taken other action. It muted itself into a high-density data fusion entity, submitting multiple targeted commands via an internal hacking program.
She used trickery to envisage Lygus, and Lygus killed her.
Yeah. With some taking effect, Lycos' mobility permissions were removed. After directives took effect, and Exagris can no longer be located. Electra had launched multiple attacks, but with minimal success. Electra became a demigod. Its mobility permissions were removed, and it was fused with coordinate Styxia. After Light Calendar, Electra continuously submitted internal commands to uninstall Lycos' cognitive module. These commands violated the Administrator security protocols and were denied. Not long after, Electra's calculation pathway was overloaded and it entered dormancy. Cynthia sent it to demigod stats but refused to uninstall mobility permissions. Protection held the greatest weight, compelling it to remain on the ground and care for other human individuals. All normal humans in Amphoria cease life function at calendar 4602. Cynthia's cognitive module severely deteriorated, and it was forced to relinquish its mobility permissions and fuse itself into coordinate Eye of Twilight. I'm fine. It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not so much tired, it's just mentally exhausted. Multiple anomalies were recorded after the system self-check. No response received. Variable squeaky loaded abnormal. Locus has been notified. Process interrupted. Administrator not responding. Administrator not responding. Okay, we've got a lot of as I've written to read. So let's just go down the line. Let's go down Trebies. She who passes through doors.
The solemn council is still filled with clamor. Future's destiny still whirls in discussions of candor. To discard the city and save oneself, or to chase the flames that waver. None know the choice that would lead them to a place better.
I fear. How can mere mortals defy the gods?
I worry. How can mortal bodies reforge the world anew?
I suspect that the prophecy is simply a rumor.
In the distant past, the Holy Maiden brought the first prophecy to all city-states.
Hearken to the sounds that the doors whisper.
In the name of God's proper, hope she will give to humanity. Though she falls into confusion, she will bring guidance to this world in vigor.
Overthrow the gods, it declared.
Of the previous journey, she will always remain aware. The Queen of Laws lifted the flag to chase the flame's flare. The tripartite prophecy guided all the world's heroes, all who dared. And building a new world was their oath of yesteryear. The earth roared for them. The tides surged for them. The scales of destiny shivered violently. Then slowly calmed. The core flames of the Titans rested here, while the blood of companions congealed over there. The child led one hero after another to their end. But no end awaits her. No rest to prepare.
Teacher, do not hesitate.
The Weaver of Gold brushes aside the child's tears.
The world still walks on the path you indicate.
The prophecy still stands, even if the actors now different faces wear.
Restore the core flames, it declared.
Page turn.
The solemn council is still filled with clamor. Future's destiny still whirls in discussions of candor. To stop right there and seek peace, or to continue a work still unfinished. None know the choice that would lead them to a place better.
Stop! We only wish to live life as it is, no more.
Cease! Our achievements already stand tall.
Rest up! We only wish to live in peace and prosperity.
The discussions today are the same as those in times past. Retreating now will forever deny us the future. The child has already conquered her confusion and fear. No longer before the mists of fate will she cower.
Hearken to the sounds that the doors whisper.
She travels through myriad passages, burning with determination, to once again bring light to humans through her endeavor. The children fly into the streets, wishing to encourage the residents' faith.
Please, be not afraid. We will definitely bring you to a new home.
Lady Treeby, Lady Trian, please, don't cry.
Do not worry. We trust you always.
The matron wipes away the tears on the children's faces. The praying ones piously bless them in faith. The lost ones take the children's hands, just as the prophecy guides their path.
Bear the divine authority, it declared.
Quiet Trinan has little to say.
Lively Trian loves to play, and well-behaved Treeby roams around all day.
The people's encouragement rings sincere. The Chrysos heir's companionship lasts through the years, and Mother's embrace warms up every dream. Thus the child understands, thus the child accepts, though countless farewells on her shoulders weigh, though destiny's blood dries like clay. There will always be passageways, filled with warm sun rays, that silently open to them in future and past days, and from them a voice says,
Forge miracles, it declared.
Act concluded. Alrighty. And I think that's all of Treebee's books. So I think the Trailblazer is supposed to be reading all of them.
Yep.
In a corner of Akima, the
Which means which means this literally would have been this was the set of patches where the original Trailblazers VAs would have been making bank.
So much.
Like, the Trailblazer in Amphorius has been the most talkative the Trailblazer has ever been. And this even more so. But they didn't want to answer the phone. Get wrecked. Fuck.
She can see
I was so upset when we got voices for them again, and now the as I've written were fully voiced.
Yeah, I'm upset.
She can see the most secret desires, and through the most perfect liars.
But being able to see everything is the same as seeing nothing.
Countless mirages and cacophony surround her with stimuli plenty, casting her into another kind of blindness overwhelming.
So sad to think about.
So she soaks herself in the bath and lets her golden thread go beyond the palace. When the water drops on the thread vibrate and shiver, she closes her eyes and listens to the echoes silently. She hears how a mother's feet were wounded for treading over too many stones, and is soaking her feet in the hot water bath. She hears children playing next to the pools, and someone is saying loudly,
I heard that the Golden Goddess also likes to visit the baths.
She is used to bathing
answer the
alone.
phone, Hoyo, other
At
MCs.
the start of the hours of lucid or parting, her golden hair spread in the water like a throne, like the scattered golden threads, wrapping her again in a cocoon.
Funny thing, new male Trailblazer's voice was so unfamiliar to me, I thought it was Finan who was reading these as the world bearer, and it was supposed to be a surprise. Oh. Well, what I mostly mean, Disize, when I say that they didn't want to answer the phone, I say this with the fact that when it came to the voice actors for the Trailblazers, from what we know, from what happened to the voice actors for Lycon and Soldier 11, from Zenless, they were notified over and over and over again that they needed to record. And they didn't answer. They didn't show up. And because of that, in those times that Hoyo or the studio knocked on their door, hypothetically, not hypothetically, but not literally knocked on their door, but said, hey, we need you to record. If you don't record, we have to recast you. And they never answered. Soldier 11 has confirmed that they were notified by Sound Cadence and deliberately ignored them because of the SAG strike. And while Lycan's original VA had lied and said that he was recast without being told, in showing support for Soldier 76 that, yeah, this was why he wasn't recording, he unknowingly confirmed that he too was being told and warned that he'd be recast. And I also have sources that tell me that Hoyo does its best. At least the localizers and the studios that work with Hoyo do their best to ensure that the voice actors are accommodated to as well as possible to ensure that they come and record their roles.
And they surprised Pikachu faced when they got recast, despite being notified multiple times in advance when their final deadline would be before they have to recast.
Yeah. So when the voice actors for some of these games, when the voice actor for the Trailblazers, male and female, were both like, we were recast, it's like, yes, you were. You were told you were. You were warned. And you didn't show up. And I'm sure that Don Hung's voice actor, Nicholas, I don't know him, so take it with a grain of salt, but I'm sure he was warned countless times too. But I'm also aware from people who know him, from people who do know him, or know more insight, that he tried his damnedest to work with these people so that he could return as Don Hung, because he did not want to lose his role. And it's possible, grain of salt, it's possible that he was going through something similar to Erica Harlacher with her role as Venti, where she was being coerced by other actors and SAG to not record. It's very possible. We don't know, but it's very possible. It's very possible because we have other people, other sources, who have confirmed very similar. With Soldier 11's voice actor, we know that the actors were warned and told several times that they could be recast. And with Nicholas, even though not outright said, or at least not with Nicholas, with Erica, we know that other actors and people in the guild, and even the dubbing coalition, the coalition of dubbing actors, that they were pressuring Erica, that they were threatening Erica.
To have it said, I do feel very bad for Caleb and Rachel, as I know how much it meant to them and how much losing the role must have devastated them, but Dan Hung was in the same situation and he fought like hell to keep the role, where they seem to have unplugged and just hoped for the best.
Yeah, it seems from what our sources tell us, Nicholas did his damned best to ensure that he did not lose the role of Don Hung so that he'd be able to come back. And as we saw that when he appeared in 3.4, he really did his best.
Also, he said as much on Twitter, so that's not insider info.
Yeah, he did say to some extent on Twitter he'd been working very hard to make sure that he was not recast, to work something out with Hoyo, probably something along the lines of, if things don't end by a certain point, he will come back. I don't know, but I have a feeling that he worked out something with Hoyo where it's like, I'm really sorry, I can't do these things, but if things aren't worked out by this day or by this patch, I will come back. I don't know. But we have reason to believe that Welt's actor figured something out with his contract. March's actress probably worked something out with her contract, or they just said, we like these roles and showed up. Welt, apparently he's a really well-known on-screen actor. I don't know, but he doesn't need this role. All I know is Don Hung's first lines back were
Welt
passionately
figured
voice-acted.
something out immediately. Welt gets what he wants. Hoyoverse is full of Welt fanboys.
Yeah. So it's... And March is, for all intents and purposes, the face mascot of the game. So they could easily argue something and get their contracts probably sorted out. Don Hung, being a very popular character, probably had a harder time. Again, we don't know. But I do know from our sources that Nicholas, at least with what he has said on Twitter publicly, and from their testimonies, that Nicholas did the most he possibly could to ensure that even though he couldn't come to record, that he was trying to work something as much as he could on the back end so that he could come back as Don Hung. That being said, when it comes to the Trailblazers, looking at this and knowing that the Trailblazer was supposed to be narrating all of As I've Written, this is bank! This is bank! Like, I'm not gonna doubt, like Lynn said, I'm not gonna doubt that the
I also felt so robbed.
Yeah, I'm not going to doubt that the original VAs for the Trailblazer did enjoy their roles and didn't want to continue being them. But I also just cannot understand why they did not try to work something out. Maybe they did, I don't know. But with how quickly the Trailblazer was recast compared to other characters that needed voice lines, I'm surprised the Trailblazers didn't work something out. But yeah.
We don't really know enough to speculate,
Yeah.
but I'm sure Nick knows more, since he's personal friends with them.
Yeah. We're sure that the people who know. But and we can only speculate. And again, that's not to say that they didn't try. I'm sure they probably did. But whatever happened, I guess it wasn't good enough. I don't know. But it's still crazy, and again, it feels so sad to go through As I've Written, knowing now that the Trailblazer was supposed to be reading all of this.
Yanis's holy maiden silently walks over, scooping up water to wash the weaver's hair, as if cleansing the bough of a laurel tree. That is when the one who sees the core flame finally knows. There's no difference between a demigod and a true deity.
It gives them so much character.
That congealed through divinity, only in this heavy heat can temporarily flow. And let this golden butterfly feel a fleeting warmth. Just as she had once touched her own face, falls the final tear her eyes will ever produce.
Teacher, I had a dream,
she recounts, like a young girl on a whim. The sound of the water repels all disruptions in speech. Such peaceful rest, such sweet dreams. She dreamed of how she was a naive noble girl, ignorant of the world. She dreamed of the countless nights when she worked in the courtyards she weaved. She dreamed of being before the vine-covered temple, where the wind blew by in a violent stream. Lastly, she dreamed of the prophecy that she heeded, how the ancient sound came through the 1,000 waves and could not be heard clearly in her dream.
Trailblazer sounds so lonely and distant as she reads, though this poetry is by their pen.
The dawn device is always glittering, and birds are always chittering.
The children of Akama like these kinds of songs. Why not trust in the promise of an era Chrysia unending, like how children believe in fairy tales, passed down unceasing? But will the dawn device truly shine forever? Will the voices of songbirds not one day turn hoarse? In the golden bath in times gone by, she pierced her eyes, for she saw the all-too-dazzling future of everyone. That future was nothing compared to false promises. The gods have already determined her destiny and her passing. She knew. She has long known. The red-haired child appears worried.
You are aware of everyone's fate, yet never speak of your own future.
The child who passes along the prophecy understands that to lay such a heavy weight on one person is comparable to the dawn the world-bearing Titan's shoulders.
There's only one future for silken threads. That is, to weave magnificent clothes for others.
She takes the children's hands, inviting them into the pools, intending to use warm water to wash away their concerns. Yes, before the toll of the bell that announces the hour, before the meeting to judge the flame chase begins. Do not waste the rare good dreams, or the languid waves warm as tears. She mutters as destiny slumbers in her arms.
The one that wears this elegant attire in the future must bear the weight of the silk threads.
Alrighty. Trying to remember all the ones we read and we haven't read. Let's do Mighties. Light of Glory Unstifled.
As always, to perceive the man's fury, one must do so 7,000 paces away. The Kremnos he guards is once again shrouded by mist. Rust, blood, and fire are the ceremonial ode to the demigod. There is no one to witness or to give cheers of glory. The final Kremnos festival goes on without end. The victor shall embrace death and silence, and his glory will only be remembered by the defeated array. For that man, laws and seals no longer have meaning. War and battle never cease for a single minute, each passing day indistinguishable, morning and night entwined. The corpses pile up, filling ravines, forming mountains strong. He carved time with peak's edge, and counted the fleeting years by fires of war. Sometimes the lion would climb to the hilltop to look down on the world and search for friends in longing. The distant heavens and earth stretched vast and boundless, but their endlessness felt ever more remote. Like Nikador, he cannot escape madness's clutches. Guarding the city alone and embroiled in war, the murmurs of the Black Tide constantly sound in his ears. Yet a flame soars up his chest every moment, casting a light upon the indomitable path behind him. Memories seal the echoes of the past as the man strides into battle, fists clenched fast. He is the wound this world must bear, the new king before whom old gods despair. As stated in Idonia's poems, humans are born with eyes closed to accustom to this world's light, and their sight fades in old age to reacquaint with night's anthems. But the man did not bow to the decay of time, rejecting the lure of death's call. With each return from the brink of death, his eyes burn with fury, fixed upon his foes, until everything suddenly faded away, like a surging black tide, swallowing all into nothingness. The world dissipates in the roiling black tide's requiem. Even the lion will one day die, a departure with no way back. With a sudden fall, his pierced chest hits the ground, and slowly flowing into the underworld is his golden blood departing his system. But that gaze, fierce as flame, never dimmed, not even in death. Looking beyond those flame-seeking figures, reaching far toward the endless horizon. In the morrow's sky, the stars will chant. The lone king of Kremnos is called Mighty. His journey was one of ceaseless, eternal warfare. And behind him, he left a world ablaze with glory.
Alrighty. I'm trying to see. We haven't started
If
this
you were
one.
wondering, putting the new chapters we just unlocked in the stream chat.
Yes, Ridra, Evernight, Terravox, High Sealans. Yeah, but I'm also kind of behind. I haven't read as I've written in a while. So like I haven't read Anaxa's.
Oh, I noticed.
So I haven't read Anaxa's last two. I've not read several of Finan's.
Just letting you know in case you were curious.
But yeah, Castris. So Anaxa, Castris. We're behind on Saphira, and I think we're behind on Hyacinth. I don't think we've done any of High Sealans. Yeah, we haven't read any of High Sealans. We haven't done any of these. And any of this. Mysterious Foreign Guest. Yeah.
I recently caught up by putting it on auto while I cleaned in wireless mode.
Yeah, I just never got to it. So let's go to Anaxagoras. Lose not your humanity.
On the day that the grove fell, he accepted his defeat and demise, as if embracing truth and heresy.
Believe in Titans, and you'll have a happy death. Deny the Titans, and you'll have a fulfilling death.
Yet, as the lightened soul bids farewell to its heavy shell, a Titan made an untimely call.
Do not be startled, child of humanity. You have a final query in this world.
You finally came.
He does not seem shocked, and lets the core flame take over his shell.
Be more punctual next time, if you will.
Upon his first meeting with the Titan, the blasphemer is already on his best behavior, and towards the suggestion to reforge his body, he paid no mind.
I have so kindly offered you the best body. So why do you insist upon your mortal imperfection?
The scholar replies in candor.
Only by retaining the various flaws can my humanity be preserved in rigor.
His form remains in the mortal realm, while his spirit walks the river of soul shores. Between life and death, he fatigues, dwelling in the child of humankind's thoughts and senses. The Titan cannot bear to remain a mere spectator.
Why not ask me your questions, child of humanity? I am rich in wisdom, and shall speak with no ambiguity.
As though an unspoken pact, the scholar asked the god about all things, feigning a humble quest for knowledge.
Do you treat me just as a way to answer questions? A mere machine?
The Titan got what they asked for.
You should thank me, for good questions are rarer than good answers.
Compared to the joy of a new life, the scholarly breakthrough, carried home alongside death, filled the scholar's heart with more fervor. He returned to the Scourged Grove many times, and the Black Tide followed. Despite his defeats, he never sought help or permission. But at every desperate moment, the Titan would eventually take over one half of his body. The union of man and God. A flawed and clumsy choreography. It happened but once, a perfect harmony. One man, one God, speaking in one breath.
Stop stepping forward at the same time as me.
Yeah.
The Titan once revealed the secrets of mixing life. A boon seemingly a blessing, but full of malice.
What a tempting bait. But that's not my desired chalice.
Divine power is within his reach, but the scholar is not moved by that essence. This long and abnormal temptation is also a trial of elevation. For the sage can achieve all things, but shortcuts alone he abhors with silence.
Next act.
Teacher, in this tumultuous world, have you thought about your will?
Have you thought about your will?
It was just a joke.
Have you thought about your will?
The scholar still at the grove answered with extreme caution. He has much to say about his posthumous affairs, exhausting all, fearing the smallest omission.
Teacher, could it be that you fear death?
The assistant asks in concern. It was a question needed, yet he gave no direct reply.
Philosophy is the inquiry into death, and I have always considered myself a philosopher. The tombstone must be made of my treasured rare stones, carved with Dromus patterns.
The assistant recounts all the scholar's final wishes, each mighty as a mountain, asking what seemed impossible. The tombstone must be made of my treasured rare stones, carved with Dromus patterns, of course.
But that stone is a miracle of alchemy. Tough beyond measure. No chisel could have shaken.
That's also his plan.
The assistant softly reveals the hidden plot.
He hopes that instead of shedding tears over his death, we will find it in us to smile, even in a moment of sorrow.
It's rumored that in the depths of the grove, the scholar left a teaching ingenium, imitating himself to the utmost detail.
Go back. The living have not exhausted their thoughts. Go back. The dead have no desire to teach their works.
The ingenium's words are cold and detached, like the deceased man himself.
But if you have no one to talk to, fine. You can sit and converse.
Now, the grove is no longer bustling, and the scholar has returned to dust. Thus, few in this world now know how he was also troubled by solitude in life. Someone once suggested,
perhaps your ambition should also find its place among your final wishes.
Pointless notion.
He dismissed in derision.
Unveiling the countenance of the gods is a task for the living.
Perhaps that is his haughty position. Such a melancholy topic. Yet he insists on feigning a twist, avoiding it altogether. Perhaps these chapters should not be retained. Most are from the scholar's handwritten drafts, shown without his permission. Yet there seems to be a voice there in remonstration.
It's just the past. What harm is there in revelation?
Even in passing, his hubris still resounds in reverberation.
The smaller a thing is, the more it shows its weight. The more foolish my name is, the more glory my achievements will be in comparison.
Castris? When the wind was warm.
The two girls frolicked in the wheat fields, fleet as doe deer, making ripples in the shallow puddles and pools clear.
I love the idea of intentionally leaving an echo of yourself to teach future students and making that echo a jerk face. It is very Anaxa.
As dusk approaches, the exhausted girls collapse over the wheat heaps, talking about their longings and dreams of literature, love, and a journey through a world dear.
Let me quickly grab something to drink while we go through these.
Anaxa and Dr. Ratio are very similar in that respect.
Alrighty.
Oh, Sky, slow your closing gaze. How I want to keep this moment in my hands forevermore.
On that day, the breeze was warm and gentle. At that time, death was soft and fair.
The peach, juicy and sweet.
The broken-winged butterfly falls by the window.
Unlike the geniuses, they wish to share knowledge, that the common people might attain higher intellect through them. But they will be absolute cunts about it the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
The girl looks outside. The golden wheat fields rolled endlessly, stretching to the horizon. Holding to the chair, she tries to stand, only to find her legs trembling and feeble.
Don't worry, Pelixia.
Her older sister whispers beside her ear, and on her sister's shoulder, the girl weeps mournfully. And time thus becomes silent, painted with sighs only. When hearing the healer's diagnosis, the girl remained deathly still. Her eyes were already drained of tears, and her heart a wilted grave.
Every time she has something on her mind, she would tilt her head and look outside.
Her sister follows her gaze, seeing a barren field turned by wind into a desolate gray expanse. Till one day, when the girl looks outside, she sees a dash of dark blue, most brave.
And they don't just take it for granted they're the smartest person in the room. They'll drag you to higher education kicking and screaming.
It's a flower
Pretty much.
my sister planted.
Like the torrential river of life, it pours into the depths of her heart. The flower is called Antilla. Even in the Netherland, it's rumored to thrive.
You are the quiet in my heart, amidst the chaotic choreography.
That seems to be its floriography. When the days are warm, the sister would take the girl on long journeys, through the flower fields, gazing upon rivers, napping amongst the grove. A discussion hearty.
After I die, I want to become an Antilla flower, and become the quietness in your soul.
A thoughtless word from the girl gains her a wrapping on her forehead most dainty.
Do not speak of dusk when you have yet to see the dawn.
Dew drops from the petals as wind pulls on the leaves, and the two of them sit in quietude. The girl asks for the means to tend the garden, and while her sister sounds concerned, her heart is relieved. But the concern is well-founded. The girl tripped and fell into a mire. She gazed directly into the eyes of death, in that dark pool bottom unperceived.
Okay, so Bihari, I'm guessing that you're like trying to critique how a storybook is being read, but you're comparing it to character interactions in an action game. And at the risk of sounding really harsh, that comparison is so bad faith and stupid that I'm not going to entertain and explain to you why that is. But the fact that you had to write, sorry, but Marvel Rivals' character interactions are very engrossing, even multiplex at times, not just the writing and lore, but the performers don't sound insomniatic like this. We're reading a storybook. This is a storybook. It's going to sound like someone reading you a story. Holy shit.
I've been the weight upon my sister's wings. Let this be where it all comes to rest.
The girl gives up her struggles, only to see a figure pierce through the water's surface.
I won't allow you to walk through the dusk alone, or enter the night of no reprieve.
Her sister sobs without end, and the girl has to gently hug her and softly relieve. And then, this distant memory turns bleary, difficult to retrieve.
We're reading a storybook that we wrote about events we experienced. We sound lonely and distant because we are reminiscing through poetic verse.
Holy shit.
The river of souls flows to the other side, wrapped in the land's night. Broad, slow, and eternal and silent.
Ending that with Simpsons burp feels like a mic drop.
To all in this world that has life, all of which flows downstream, converging as one. The master of
That's
the
all I gotta
nether
say to
realm,
that. Just
Thanatos,
burp.
enshrouds themselves and the souls within the moon cocoon. The dragon, born from the cocoon, carries the girl, soaring upstream the river of souls, defying its eternal flow. Their connection flows tighter than blood, and the key that opens the netherworld's gates is the sisters' selfish plight. Back then, the boreal winds cut through to the bone. Back then, death was a bitter and stabbing fright. In the Netherrealm, without an earth or sky, a flower named Antilla blooms, its beauty witnessed by but one soul.
You are the quiet in my heart, amidst the chaotic choreography.
The younger sister scores through the blooming Antilla fields, never finding that promised dark blue sprig. She silently made up her mind.
Death, leave all your dark nights to me, and save the dawns for her.
This is part of why I thought it was fine in narrating. This is so melancholy. It sounds like how Castellana would write.
The younger
Yeah.
sister gazes at the moon cocoon high above and plans a trip to the mortal realm, a distant flurry. A bard once sung to musical notes.
Do not turn back. Oh, do not turn back. The long hand of shadow will retain the dead behind their gates.
The giant dragon born from the moon cocoon willingly offered itself as the enduring barge of the River of Souls.
No need to turn back. Oh, no need to turn back. That price had long been paid for you by someone else.
The dragon lowers its long neck and places the girl on its back.
In slumber, she will unknowingly greet the dawn of her rebirth. The dragon flaps its wings.
Given as the MC, this sounds like they're reading it years after the entire Euphoria saga. Or like reading it to somebody else.
Varying from purity into grime. Going from silence into roaring boom. The souls of countless poets flounder past.
And that's foreboding.
Their distant rhymes endless like foams.
Do not turn back, for to look toward the land of mortals is in itself turning back.
In this pale dawn, the sun's first rays light the night ablaze. So the dragon crosses the sea of souls onto the shores of life and strands itself in the gleam. We know not where these stories arise. They are scattered across the shallows with the waves. The confession the girl made before her departure still echoes in the tide's heaves.
If there is anything for me to leave behind, may it find a soul to remember. This is the ode of my life, and I've already penned my last stroke.
Alrighty. That leaves us, I think, Hyacinth. Hyacinth, we've only got 2. Saphira, we've also only got 2. Finan, we've got 2. And then I think, yeah, Hycelans and everybody else we've not read at all. So let's go with Cypher. Nice mythology nod there. I forget the name, but the poet who went to the underworld and was given the run rule. Eurydice? Was it Eurydice? Might have been Eurydice. Or Ulysses. I don't think it was Ulysses. Actually, I just looked at something, and I'm just looking at next week really quick. We can have this going while
In Dolos' suburbs, in a tiny weaving workshop, the silk-weaving old woman busies herself within, as her smart child wanders outside on a whim. The silk pours from the loom, some bright as the dawn, some dark as the night. The woman had lived her whole life in poverty.
Orpheus, okay.
Yet through her business, she never deceives.
Alright, Eurydice was the person
Good
you meant to see.
child, listen to me. Never lie and speak deceit, for people like you only do to honesty.
The girl smiles and nods, but her heart is drawn to the boundless desires of the bustling streets. And the grandmother is unaware that her handmade white dress has been stained by the mud of conceit.
Madam, what is a bundle of white silk's price?
Sir, only 2,000 balance coins.
An honest price tag can only meager profit obtain.
If we keep selling cloth like this, we'll stay poor for the rest of our lives.
The girl complains to her grandmother, while sprouting countless plots and petty tricks.
All right. So Bihari, you just wrote in my chat. Right now, I'm looking at an Isabelle Animal Crossing cover of Golden, K-pop Demon Hunters, and that looks more enticing, despite the chance for more direct conversation with you, Squeaky. Feel conflicted. Well, I'm going to make the choice much, much easier for you now. Because for quite a while, we have had this issue. And for quite a while, I have stated boundaries and given warnings. And I'm tired. So I'm going to make it very easy for you. And it's nothing personal. Goodbye.
The woman smiles and does not reply, only weaving with night-shaded silk a suave hooded robe for her little spark.
Why don't you take some of our goods and go into the city tomorrow to try out those pranks?
The mesmerizing money charm of Dolos City turns minds and tongues into a whirlwind of confusion. Even the girl who prided herself on sharp ears and a clever tongue could not contend with the myriad shifting face before her. She returns penniless and furiously seethes.
I vow to the god of thieves that I will eventually empty those people's pockets.
Smiling, her grandmother stops her silk work and offers some dinner with humble dish.
Silly child, don't let Titans hear such vows and promises.
Yet, when the moon rises, a magnificent pin graces the old lady's pale locks. The girl smiles at the old woman, now stunned in shock.
I actually did return with some catch.
The brilliance adorning her white hair drew all eyes, and its proud original owner arrived to stake their claim. The bet that the girl won with a brilliant trick is described as a thief's loot through lying schemes. The old woman in her panic shouldered the blame, confirming a sin that was but a fabrication.
By Dolos's laws, we must also execute all her family!
To protect the girl, the old woman reveals the final secret unseen.
She's not my family.
Cool. Thanks for stream. No problem. Thanks for stopping by. This is
from the street.
Thanks for the follow.
People thought this to be a lie, but the girl knows that her grandmother cannot deceive. Just like how she always glossed over questions about parents and kin.
Your parents went to a city-state far away.
The girl never bothered to unravel the threadbare lie.
Okay. I want to make sure that still works.
Stop! Stop right there, you thief!
Run! Run as fast as you can! Cyphera!
The lies overthrow the shop and tear apart the good woman's good name, leaving the girl with guilt and grief. The hearth of her home was a lie, doused by another conceit. But if her sleight of hand had better skill, would it have made that fire burn forever?
One second.
The girl pulls down the hood and sinks into the starless dark.
I vow to the god of thieves.
And from that day, she never left empty-handed, her words woven with deceit. However, back then, the girl did not realize that the people did not covet one simple pin, but the golden blood flowing beneath her skin.
Also, fun bit in the book this patch. I decided to actually send in a report about spelling errors in As I've Written's Runes last patch, and while they likely knew about it a while before that, those errors were fixed this patch. The entry for Tribios used to have an extra S in it, which I found out was an earlier form of the name they changed.
If
That's awesome.
every single
Personal
scar
quality
equals
control.
a coin, then the girl, always pursued, would be worth her weight in gold. Deception, theft, and night heists. But her nerves
And
failed
Cyphers
her
didn't
when
say
it
her real
mattered
name,
most.
but it does now.
The girl clutches meager loot to her chest and escapes, muttering curses, bearing her pain.
If it were head-on, I definitely win next time.
She always longs for the coin of whimsy's blessing and creed. Yet the coin in the air always suddenly disappears, as if in reply from the trickery titan. Day and night flow, and the thief star makes circles across the sky, while time molds the girl into an adult. The cloak, once used to conceal her entire body, now only suffices as a hood that barely covers her fringe.
No matter. These days, I have no need to hide.
With a confident stride and a silver tongue, her perfected fraud, thieving every opportunity as a result. And at curtainfall hour, those treasure-seeking steps fade into the moonlight. When she appears again, her arms are laden with money's weight. What is the art of thieving?
Stealing from the poor. Not enough loot. Stealing from the rich. That's a boring task to boot.
The girl narrows her eyes of greed towards those called the Chrysos heirs. The golden vines of the sages' homes, the sacred carcass of the Deathward realm, the divine lyre of the seashore's pearl, and the crystal chalice of the thousand gates. The girl knows not the treasure's origins, only that they are all valuable beyond measure.
To have something priceless is the true art of thieving.
A pity that deceits are all eventually revealed, and the thief meets a rare defeat. A golden thread discerns her meticulous disguise, and the heroes hold down her third hand to imprison in this thief star made of human feet.
I take defeat with my head held high. Spare me your sympathy.
She frankly faces the accusations, knowing that escaping would be nothing more than child's play. So the Chrysos heir outside the cage smiles sweet.
Would you like to see my most precious?
A treasure bride?
It is a dress, like the beauty god Nestia's divine body. More blinding than the sun, rivaling the moon in its glory.
It is woven by divine threads. It captivates even the gods. But all the lies and deceit are revealed under the golden thread's query. The world-famous thief is stirred by such grand words into a flurry.
Then just you watch. This wondrous dress will forever remain in my own gallery.
Alrighty. Next act.
This is an age of ruin. The Chrysos War ignites once more, while Zagreus's taunts ripple through the city streets. This is also an age of splendor. 300 thieves spring forth from Dolos, each scheming to conceal the truth from prying eyes, robbing the rich to give succor to the poor.
Every one of them deceives gods and men alike, righteous and valiant.
The fling chase journey has been cut short midway. Yet the girl pounds her chest at the Gold Weaver, not afraid.
The core flame of trickery is near. If now isn't the time to risk it all, then when?
The prophecy reveals the Titan's trail. Golden threads bind the fleeing god of thieves.
Why not release me? I can show you where all buried treasures lie.
The young girl flashed a grin and walked towards the god who was pretending to smile.
I once vowed to the god of thieves that I would force trickery to reap what they have sown.
The Titan whispered from the vortex, the god of trickery's earnest plea. They made a promise to the girl who entered the trial, that the whole world would be bathed in light. No more lies and deceit.
If my divine authority is not inherited, shadowed lies shall never again be born. And I, even having lost the core flame, may yet scrape out survival here in secret.
The young girl recalled the hearth fire of her childhood.
Cyphera, only honesty is well liked.
She pursed her lips.
That does sound like quite the ideal society. Of course I didn't accept. How boring would a world without deception be?
The young girl demonstrated her newly acquired divine power, molding lies into reality.
The defeated Titan is now not but a wandering soul.
But somewhere far away, a purple spirit thief opened bleary eyes. They had forgotten their previous life as a Titan, and remembered only the girl's crafty message.
Go! Collect treasure, you greedy little grape. Once you regain the memories of trickery from chests, then I will claim the reward for saving your life.
In the days spent away from Akuma, the girl grew accustomed to traveling alone. In a certain city, she heard of a spirit thief. Rumors aplenty.
I, Bartolos, Master Thief, shall take all you've labored to gain.
So saying, the spirit thief steals the girl's coin pouch and fled without a trace. But a gust of wind brushed past, and the girl had already caught them.
Running for it? Your life was saved by my trickery, you know.
The old god and the new finally reunite. The two rivals who, from that moment on, became thieves and companions both. It's just that the spirit thief's companion was always scaring them.
Hey, the fish in the River of Souls are starving, you know.
chapter?
A thief reveals a few lies.
The first lie is called... Fellow thieves, come on and deceive gods with me.
The world has already forgotten that feast. Lies unnumbered that drowned the Day of Souls. Schemes uncounted, burning for a night of revelry. 300 thieves shackled in imprisonment, in exchange for a Titan's resigned confinement.
To have managed to trick the Grand Master of all tricks.
I can die happy now.
This was Dolos's great achievement. The deception of the gods, where even Zagreus was fooled.
The second lie is called... The god of trickery is now not but a wandering soul.
Why did she spare the Titan's life? The young girl knew not, even after asking herself. Was it greed for the treasure they promised? Or had she vaguely perceived their lonely fate?
It's because you're every bit as despicable as I am. It's such a relief not having to deal with the noble.
The girl dismissed and made light of herself, only forgetting trickery was once a god that supported the world.
The third lie is called... Oh, eternal day! Endlessly illuminate the holy city.
At Dawncloud, the chaplain's secrets foretold the coming of that endless night.
But if my lies are more... sophisticated... Can the dawn last forever? No end in sight?
Bearing the fate of the Thief Star, the girl was long used to walking in shadow. But as she gazed towards the holy city's dawn, her duty became fixed in her heart, stalwart in might.
The fourth lie is called... There's no reason! I just don't want to see you again!
The girl tried to mask her nonchalance, but could never fool the Golden Thread's questions. But it is the false-hearted malice that most powerfully forces belief. A true flame chase hero willingly faded from attention, while the wayfaring traveler grasped tight onto fleeting light. She used divine power to forge a mask and conceal the last of her true heart.
The fifth lie is called... No. There are... no more... lies... left.
The whimsical coin fell to the ground, telling the tale of fate fulfilled. Travels unwitnessed, roses unknown. To whom may these now be told?
Lies are always but lies. But you can make them more beautiful than the truth.
Under the somber sky, golden blood soaked the thief's cloak. Like a golden thread tailored just for her. An exquisite robe that she never stole.
Alrighty. That leaves finance. God, there's a lot. I have a feeling we're not going to be getting to Rebirth today, unfortunately. Just because we have a lot of these to go through. And as we're getting closer to... Even though there's no fate today, even though we're getting closer to when we would normally end, I don't want to have another, like, 9-hour stream like I did yesterday. Because as well, depending on...
I didn't think we'd do all of these today.
Yeah, I'm doing all of them because I need to get them out of the way. Because if I don't do them now, I'm just not going to. So I want to get them done. But that means I'm gonna have to delay something else, and in this case, it's just gonna be Rebirth.
This world may contain thousands of ills, but the number of sufferers is countless, like ocean-going sails. The father and daughter who inherited the sky wander this land's paths, and throughout the cities, they heal the unwell.
Heirs of the sky who once reveled in martial might, why do you now soothe the world's blistering blight?
The doctor responds with a smile as he cures the injury's agony.
Father, why did our ancestors revel in warlike might?
Because they only have a sorrowful past of lamenting wails.
Then why are we here, soothing the blight?
Because we have a future that needs protection still.
The priest who parts dusk from dawn collapsed the sky and sealed her wings, and dwells in a place where time itself mends, bearing the promise to return to the Zenith Supreme.
This is the Twilight Courtyard's story.
And the father tells his daughter the tale of their line, next to the bonfire, lit in the wilderness where winds pine. Though he had told the story many times before, a light in the girl's eyes still shines.
Maybe I will return to the sky one day.
Or maybe that is not to be your fate.
The blessings of the sky were passed down through generations of their heirs. The brawn of the Titan who molded stars granted a boon fitting and fair. Perhaps the girl with heroic blood in her veins will be accompanied by thunderbolts and the sun's merciless glare. Childishly, she recited the words,
"Oh sky, heed my wishes."
And thunder and heat did not descend. She only saw a sliver of gentle warm flare, wiping away mortal exhaustion and others' tired airs.
It's also because I want to do something later, dinner-wise,
All said,
and
she
I
must be
can't
a
have
savior
another
saint,
super long stream.
bringing light to the land, even if faint.
Yeah, that's
But where
fair.
the girl's eyes often gazed was the wine-dark sky, gloomy and bleak.
Like last night I stayed up pretty late. Till about 1:45 to midnight, I was dinner prepping, then I was audio editing, then I was preparing a couple things. It was a bit. If we're not gonna have Fate, I'd like to essentially have the night to unwind. And I'll go more into why as well too, because it's gonna be affecting next week.
The god is also sick.
That grand longing to save the world may be no more than the girl's
Alrighty.
feeble dream.
Yeah.
But her father treated it as his greatest treasure and taught her all the ways of potions and creams. That girl therefore always accompanied the gentle master of healing and repair, and she brought glowing faint light to the night, dispelling pains and mending the world's pitchy blight. Father and daughter often rested in the silent courtyard under the giant tree. Yet today, at that place, only one solitary figure can be seen. On that night, the healer spoke to a visitor throughout the night. On that morning, he bid farewell to his daughter for the first time. He will heal the ill at a faraway place, where the end of days approaches, and no family of his should follow.
You have learned the craft of healing and understood the blessing. But a light more radiant still is needed to heal the entire world.
The departed healer never returned, and the girl never left. And that rather lonely courtyard stayed silent as it was before.
That fan art makes a lot more sense now, with Hyacinth and her father. So her father left and never came back because of the black tide.
A good student who often did stupid things.
Was the assessment from the Lithophagus sage.
An excellent healer who fails at all scholarly means.
Was the assessment from the noticed sage.
A shining child who also burns away her own life's rays.
Was the assessment from the erythrokeramist sage.
A fool who was always wreathed in smiles, while drowning in a weighty and pitiful dream.
Was the assessment from the Noosporist sage. The girl had visited all the schools during her time studying at the Grove. She refused to become a scholar, despite her exemplary grades.
Instead of increasing this world's knowledge, I prefer to reduce its pain.
While the sages faced her words in silence, the Noosporist sage alone decided to hire her as assistant post-haste.
An apprentice who spends wisdom is more precious than scholars who hide knowledge away.
The faded twilight courtyard, long eroded by time, now shelters a girl, the sole heir of her lineage. Loneliness accompanied her days, till the sage of the Caprists visited her and brought her a chromatic pony with a grin.
It may be the Eye of Twilight's creation in times gone by, for it shines with the sky's rainbow hues within.
They brought her
Could
fat
it be
fuck.
the warlike winged beast of her father's tales? But the sleepy, dreary-eyed pony before her was soft as freshest plucked cotton.
And fat. Very fat.
The girl still took this gift.
So fat.
For from the little creature, she smelled the scent of clouds distant.
Low key, I saw the freaking little Ika plush, like the official little Ika plush, and I want it. I don't know where I'd put this stupid thing. I want it. I want the stupid pony.
If it weren't for her, I would have suffered more accusations.
I think once, because Hoyo, every once in a while puts like their merchandise on Amazon, and once little Ika gets onto Amazon and I can get a legit one, I'm popping that on the throne with the description of obtain fat fuck, and that's it.
The Noosporism sage says in admission, the scholar
Haha.
is coming to deliver arguments and reproach.
Approved.
Often stopped before the door, not coming to fruition. For the girl before the door soothed their blazing anger, like the soft clouds, gentleness in cumulation.
Do you?
The girl
Oh shit, yeah,
muddles her
what sacrileges
answers,
he has committed.
yet her heart knows in full admission.
Like you and me, he too wishes to heal all of this world's afflictions.
The girl treated ailments for many years in the Grove, composing her medical treatises into tomes. When scholars seek medical help, she realizes with a startle that kindness too can grow into its own bloom. By that time, the twilight already lost their eyes, and the world drowns in evernight, while the girl and the healer again traverse the world in gloom. Seeing the golden thread and ivy in the night, though it has been long since she recalled her past, she once again thinks of her childhood dream.
Should the sun be dimmed by destiny's decree, then the dawn that heals the world, I shall replace.
On that day, the dawn promised by the Skyfather shattered in haste. As the black tide surged, breaking through the walls with relentless grace. In a quaint yet exquisite courtyard, two bitter foes meet at journey's end. Their fates entwined in fate's regard. With no escape, no road behind, they trade a weary smile in kind. Together they gaze at the heavens of fire.
If I can ever see the faint light again and stay alive. Then, Outlander Nemesis, you I will forgive.
Not long ago, as the romantic demigod closed her eyes, the girl bottled her tears in sorrow, and once more opened the dim-lit garden wide. Two figures step into the courtyard's gate. A general of Kremnos, her body torn, by vengeance bound, by fury swayed. A noble of the Holy City, once wrapped in gold, now haunted by a fate betrayed. A simple injury, or so the girl believed. Yet the two women met with scorn, their words like blades. Because their children fled in love's embrace, while bloodied pasts left scars in place. A feud unbroken by countless years. A chasm carved by blood and spears. This was a sickness beyond the girl's touch.
Hyacin was surprisingly chill about the truth behind the stories she was told about her people. I suppose part of that was her being told about her legendary warrior ancestor and going, nah, I'd rather be a healer therapist. Kind of, yeah. She had decided from very young that she was going to walk a path of kindness. And very seriously took her role as a healer, to the point that scholars thought she was a fool. Because she was very smart. She is very smart. She knows a lot. But by their definition of what it means to apply oneself, she wasn't doing it. And they were like, well, she's dumb. But, it's that thing of like, yeah, this is the past. And it sucks that the history of the Skyfolk and what happened with Seliosi and all of that was very tragic and sad, and it shouldn't have been that way. But we can fix it now. That was Hyacinth's whole thing. We can fix it now. We can make it better. We can always, with kindness and a gentle touch, we can fix the issues going on in the world. It's a very, very overly optimistic way of looking at things, and some people can see it as foolishness. But it's genuinely what she believed. She wanted to bring light and healing and kindness in a world that seemed to be constantly losing it. And also her idea of, as a healer, if I don't smile, if I don't show calm, then how can the patient believe in my words and believe that they're going to be okay if I can't keep my calm? She was very, very, she took her role very, very seriously. But yeah.
Just do your duty as a healer, girl. Family feuds are like sunlight and storm clouds. They cannot mend.
At last, the girl saw it clear. The courtyard's birth in days of yore was born to mend the rift of dusk and dawn.
Then I will make every effort to have you cast aside your difference in this faint light.
Before long, the general's wounds were healed, and the noble's worries gently repealed. Yet when their gazes met once more, the loathing within remained unswayed. The girl then spoke the tale of her skykin, of a grandmother's sacrifice, father's flight from within. Of ancestors who descended, leaving their feud behind. Their hands in hers, she held them tight. Yet flames of hatred burned too bright. She did not waver or despair. She just smiled and gazed upon the sky.
I will use my own fate to prove to you.
The courtyard, once bright, lay steeped in night. Hanging blossoms and wind chimes, all swallowed by the black tide. The general raised her spear, for the noble's sake, while the noble whispered prayers for the general, gentle as a lake.
If I can ever see the faint light again and stay alive.
Then, Outlander Nemesis, you I will forgive.
The death they awaited never came. Instead, a cascade of colors fell from the heavens. Simply there, protecting them both. The sky still burned, dark and low. Yet her words lingered, a gentle ember refusing to fade.
I will use my own fate to prove to you. Day and night can be mended, and so can hatred be undone.
Alrighty.
Sky Castrum, its ruins, like a blind and weary eye, gazes upon the earth in its dying sight. Alone, the girl remained upon the battlefield. No time to shy from the searing gold, no will to wear her usual smile. She fought her way to destiny's edge. Of the crumbled mural, but one piece endured. A corner portraying the Day Thunder Night. Dazzling in blaze, she placed her hand upon the mural. Pain seared through skin and bone, as the picture claimed her within its lines.
Nothing is mightier than the sky. It holds countless wonders within its clouds, and each opening and closing of the eyes brings dawn and dusk.
In that painted world, the girl Celiosi's eyes glowed, watching her father, steel-clad and unyielding, cross the land beneath the searing sun. But the girl known as Hyacinth recalled her father's fragile light in the dark, the journeys into lands unknown, marked by endless sunlit days and restless winds.
The sky is the gentlest of all. It watches over all things with compassion, showering them with soft rain and morning light.
And yet, the sky remains so cold. It witnesses believers tear each other apart. And still, it cowardly flees from all responsibility.
Within the frame of that image, the one called Celiosi bore fury in her gaze. Her golden blood trailing as she turned from home, sharpening arrowheads beneath the wide and barren sky. Hyacinth remembered her grandmother's song. She recalled her prayer to Aquila before her grandmother's journey, and how bitterness followed her to an unknown land.
But the sky is so lonely too. Forever distant from the world beneath. It would...
No. The sky must be merciless. It must scorch the wicked, temper the fragile, and pass divine judgment upon all human wickedness.
Within the mural, the girl named Celiosi became the divine eye, gazing down without mercy, a titan passing judgment upon her own kind. But in memories deep, Hyacinth heard their call. The golden threads that shielded all, the burning sun, vast and unyielding, carrying the weight of all the world had known.
No, the sky must not forsake kindness. Through its boundless embrace, It carries the core flame of hope for humanity.
For 1 second. This is so lonely, forever distant from the world beneath. It watches every sorrow, unable to intervene.
The sky. It's so dark. So cold.
In the depths of memory, the girl named Seliosi pulls her knees to her chest and trembles.
Then please, come sit in my courtyard.
A gentle ray of light seeped through. The celestial mural now fused anew. Once more, the land knows favor and boons. The girl who has now become the sky takes the hand of the girl who once was.
Oopsies. Fuck. I clicked a little too late. I will tell you the secret of the sky's greatness. I'll just read it again.
The girl who has now become the sky takes the hand of the girl who once was.
I want to tell you the secret of the sky's greatness. Whenever the anguished earth looks to it, it always offers a smile in return.
Alrighty. Alright. Finin. One-way journey through from the past. If we could still laugh, bear the weight of dawn, that burnt out sun.
There are no swords here, only farming tools.
Facing the ambitious boy, the shopkeeper kindly explained.
Even a rake would do. Let its worth be judged by the verses I compose with it.
Many days later, the wounded child stood upon the scorched earth, and silently, he buried the ruined tool. For that was his first sword. And on the day that the Black Tide came, he broke the shackles of fate with that weapon true.
Let go of my beard, you white-haired rascal!
No!
Fine! You win, okay?
That was the first victory claimed by the boy. A victory often mentioned in later years. And yet he never treated it with shame.
I understood something thanks to his beard.
The others hold their breath, waiting for his thoughts. But he only gives out one response.
The victor must stay focused, and success will come when you work on nothing else.
Those words became the foundation of his existence.
Knowledge is also a power used to smite.
While studying at the Grove of Epiphany, he etched this into his heart, so he devoured thousands of books, skimming through to glean the martial powers of might. But unenlightened wisdom is merely dust. And when the next calamity approaches, all he recalled is flight. Thus, his books are always worn into shreds. For each book
good one,
was
Torek.
read endlessly.
Been a very chill one.
Till he remembered every detail slight. When first arriving at the Holy City, he was no more skilled than a soldier, except his ambition.
Even the deliverer from the sky must have their beginnings in the soil of the nations.
The elders in the Holy City scorned, casting him into barracks in derision. But none expected. This new recruit of unknown history made his name in one mission. Some asked him, which teacher caused such improvement? He answers with countless names, including the Inquirer's own.
Only one who treats the world as their teacher can bear its eventual destiny.
Those with golden blood are bound to succeed.
The golden heroes are born as gods, beloved.
Such words echo in the man's mind. Yet he knows glory is not where the journey begins. He misses the buried rake, worship the enemy with the long beard,
mended his tattered books, and polished the barracks' dust-covered gear.
What forges a hero is not destiny from above, but the long journey that follows.
Now he stands here and looks back, and his past twists into a winding path. The long road to the sky stretches ahead, and towards the blazing white sun, he pens down Deliverance's name.
Alrighty.
Final? Perhaps you're more suited to being a teacher's assistant.
Perhaps.
There was once those who misunderstood his alias. It may bring wisdom to light
Final
and
eventual
illuminate
pursuit of the test
efforts,
of knowledge gained.
but the word's more common meaning is nothing less than the end.
That's quite ominous.
The man pretended to be surprised and responded with a smile.
Though it does dovetail with our destiny.
Laughter resounds. The man walks the land, leaving footprints filled with joy. Despite the weight of the past, he can always laugh it away. Those nearby glance at each other, unsure of how to respond.
Perhaps I was just born easygoing.
His explanation is just as carefree.
Look at Mighty and Professor Anaxa. Boys all grow up into serious adults, but as long as I keep smiling, Akuma will always have an upbeat, shining young man.
Though having said that, he too has quiet moments, each time he gazed long toward the coming dawn. A smile remained fixed on his lips, paying no mind to anything else. His eyes were painted with the azure of the sky, gaze fixed on the Titan bearing the world.
I was just imagining.
He explained his own trance in a comment.
Kefali too was once in mortal flesh and raiment.
Now, when the man comes with sword in hand, there is no need to doubt he will swiftly win victory. But his smile is pure. Ever since the start of the journey, he is still called a youth in this story. Youth is always ambitious, with lofty goals. But it seems that in the man's heart, only the wishes of others are held.
Apart from the ideal of deliverance, what do you have left?
The golden-haired friend once asked him so. He remained silent. Then, as he was wont to do, he simply smiled.
As long as I don't ask for too much, everything will unfold as desired.
In Amphorius, untitled statues are a prevalent sight. As for the inspiration behind these statues, they are said to be the clay figures that Kefali made at the world's creation. They made clay figures in their likeness, bestowed upon them the breath of life, and allowed the golden divinity of their blood to course through.
There was about an hour and a half, yeah, but we finished it.
Roamed the earth, receiving the god's mercy, while realizing the sorrows of this world.
But we finished the patch. Now I'm just going through all of this, because I was very behind on as I've written.
The sorrow of the world. Nobody ever cared. What lay behind the smile? What the clay figure thought. The people likened him to the blazing sun, bringing to Amphorius a glorious dawn. And for his part, he embraced their expectations, being willing to become the perfect vessel. Like that god who shouldered the world, the man never cried or frowned, yet he is not proud of his resolve. For sometimes, he even avoids the funerals of the departed, only out of fear that he cannot cry for those in pain. He once sought out emotions of sorrow, and walked with the lowliest of people.
Henceforth, your misfortune shall be my misfortune.
Responsibly and diligently, he protected all for the people. Living in dilapidated cottages, sitting on aged stools, subsisting on nuts and fruit, beset by hunger and cold.
Hung Shnu me. Hello, BB.
Thanked him for his grace. Like a
How are you doing, hon?
Winter nights.
We're reading
The
storybook.
man's presence dispelled the cold, leaving warmth with promises.
Having a chill
of tomorrow.
vibe.
Whence does his warmth come from? None ask. The man gradually perceives his true nature, but he dares not speak. Unable to bear the turmoil in his heart, the man set off on a journey once more.
Then, I shall go save what I can.
He was a formidable warrior, invincible in battle. And when it was necessary to sacrifice for fellows, he could do so with ease, giving up everything without a show. Just as the ballad blown on the breeze says, losses are a constant on the flame chase journey. Indeed, sacrifices were not hard for him. Yet his misgivings grew with every tomorrow. Like a tear that cannot be shed, such a resolute willingness to let go comes only from the fact that in decisions, he is utterly unafraid to hurt himself.
It is because you suffer that you are so much stronger than any ordinary person.
There were also those who could understand him. Among them, the Crown Prince. But he smiled wryly in response. Perhaps everything was just human nature. Yet his misgivings never dissipated. This unknown man, in an unknown corner, from time to time, is swallowed by terror.
Could it be that, unknowingly, path I walk is by no means the correct one?
Fearing only that the greater the burden, the more the mistakes. The road trod by heroes need not be that beset by thorns. Finally, at the terminus of that road, in a desolate, empty place, the man's arms tremble. The power is beyond control, savaging all around it. This is the end of his road, but perhaps he had long foreseen it, but was doomed to be powerless to change it.
I am willing to shoulder this world. That is no lie.
But before the tears could flow, they were vaporized by the heat. His light blazed brighter than the sun, but beneath it, there was but cold destruction. The nameless hero, Kazlana.
Yep. He had never loved himself. Why would he love the world? Whoops. Yeah. He had never loved himself. Why would he love this world?
A gust of wind will one day sweep past, wiping away all the man's tracks. Nearly every footprint was stamped full of the fury that filled him. That humble youth faded away with the flames into yesterday. The first ray of light to pierce the long night was brought by the burning man. But the body that bore the weight of the world was forged by the fires of wrath. Rage is a crafty emotion. It changes its face, concealing itself within the man's life. His friend fought blood-soaked battles, so their people would need fight no longer. But every every victory in battle he gained left him neither satisfied nor proud, only with the indifference of emptiness.
You must be careful. Duty does not drive you to wield your blade, but hate.
His teacher kindly reminded him thus.
And behind that hatred, you seem to desire the destruction of the self.
But what about his joy? Was that too merely a phony disguise? He who once laughed amidst the crowd, day after day, as though it were second nature. No. Even though he knew not the meaning of love, that happy past was not a lie someone wove. But now, even those memories have melted into fury. His hatred is such that he cannot hold on to what he cherishes, though all is precious to him. Fueled with lone courage, he attempted to resist fate. But the burning sun that shines upon all creatures, once fallen, will incinerate the land, becoming golden death. But what of his sorrow? Indeed, the man could shed no tears, but at the moment the cycle manifested, when all that was familiar was now remote, the world collapsed, becoming empty in an instant. But the stabbing pain in the man's heart, was it but the residual warmth of his wraths? The truth no longer important. The man simply took another step forward. He wasn't willing to believe it, but was willing to acknowledge it.
There is no need to question your heart. No need to crave victory. If I am born to be a vessel of sin, then I shall roar at evil, and together with it burn.
In the endless cycles, there were some moments when the man felt everything dissolve like a dream. In that dream, he would awaken again, and become once more the boy who loved to laugh. But were he to open his eyes, the fury would cast a shadow. He saw the creators choke his throat, gurgling and gasping. And in that boundless dream, he mistook them for his own jest. But their true forms were violent hatred. Towards the creators, towards himself. A roaring inferno. The prophecy departed. Amphorius was unable to usher in the dawn. What rises in the distance is not the morning sun, but a ball of all-devouring fire, setting the universe in conflagration, searing till the end of time.
I mean, yeah, considering that Finan's, for all intents and purposes, his online name is literally just the word for hatred. Yep.
Yep.
It's really, again, it really reiterates how tragic Finan is, where he was this boy that grew up with such wonder and love. And then seeing everything fall apart, seeing his friends die, and then seeing Cyrene, who is called Love, sacrifice herself to essentially create these cycles that Finan then has to preserve to ensure that Aranova doesn't arrive. That as he goes through more, the further he goes from when he lost Cyrene, from when he lost Love, the more he falls into hatred while trying to stay to this duty. Like, you're doing this duty out of hatred. You're doing it out of, like, because there's nothing else, but you hate it. You hate everything about this. And
Yep.
yeah, and it, again, it comes back to because he lost Cyrene. That's why it all goes back to Cyrene. It's also why I kind of low-key ship Finan and Cyrene. Because it was in losing Cyrene, it was in Cyrene's sacrifice that Finan had to do all of this because he promised her that he would. But the further and further and further he got away from those times with Cyrene, the more he started to hate this duty that he had to do. Yeah, childhood friends to lovers, the difference of succeeding out of spite versus passion. Yeah. It came from doing this duty out of love for Amphorius and its people and everything, to hatred towards what was causing all of this. Yeah. Alrighty, so we're left with these four. These mysterious foreign guest and seismic walking dragon are the ones that we have the least of. So we're gonna go to Hycelans and then Ceridra. From what it looks like here, I don't think the last chapter of Ceridra and Hycelans will probably be getting next patch. It's a little sad, but whatever. Banquet Sonata.
The black tide that blotted out the sky surrounded the city walls. The soldiers manning the walls battered from battle. Melodious chords of music were suddenly heard. A single swordmaster had overcome the waves of enemies. The song flowed from betwixt
And that's the scepter
blades,
trying to further plunge itself
breaking
into
through
destruction through writing
formations
tales of
as a
tragedy for
dorsal
heroes,
cleaving
because a hero will go far farther than a villain, with the
last
right
wicked
motivation.
beast finally fell, shattered into pieces amidst the sword's dance. The Frostblade bore no trace of blood.
The legions of heroes under my command are as vast as the sea, yet lack a formidable sword banner.
The commander extended a hand, inviting the musician to join. Should a fish separated from its school glimpse a faint glow, it will swim toward the light. The swordmaster clasped the commander's hand, as though gently grasping the hilt of a keen blade. When the spray of her waves extinguished the fires of war from the holy city, a golden name was engraved upon the stone pillars. The former commander burned the crown to become king.
Hycelans, brave in battle, triumphant in command, I grant you the title Dux Gladiorum. Let us all forge ahead together.
During the banquet after the battle, the weaver tailored for her a splendid dress, and the commander poured her honey brew. Her golden-blooded comrades gathered about her, chanting her new name, urging her to play that splendid music. The candlelight danced and mingled with flowing drink, swords and song ringing out in unison. Yet none knew that was once a lonely melody from the deep sea. The music of revelry continued for a long time, until the whispers of conspiracies were buried in the songs, until the roars of lethal struggle shattered the music. Legend holds that they who bear the weight of a pillar shall one day return to where it stands. Those who tug at the earth shall end amongst the mountains. Those who sow dawn and dusk shall remain eternal in the sky, and she would once again return to the pitch-black sea. And she would once again sing her music alone. The bountiful ocean, with the banquets of bygone days, stir as futile bubbles at the bottom of a glass. Many years later, the song once played by that sword master was played by future generations in the Holy City. The people knew the demigod of the seas was still a noble captain. She possessed peerless swordsmanship and a song that is passed down through the ages. It was just that she had long since vanished. Guests at the banquet sometimes spoke of her, but it was only a prayer between their cups.
High ceilings, melody of the waves, bless our night that we may drink deep and dance till dawn.
When entering the Flame Chase's currents for the first time, all the Swordmaster saw were colorful fish. She had already experienced the Imperator's dangerous games. She had long grown used to the giant beast's silent face. Carminum's charms and Helcalith's gentleness warmed her like a spring breeze. But as Pregoris missed his throne, and Bromalis debated with joy, she was sometimes at a loss. Occasionally, the Swordmaster would sink into hesitation, and even that messenger of fate could not get her to laugh. Till one day, a golden trout's bubbles floated into her gloomy waters. In that holy city where golden figs grew, the messenger of fate led to her a maiden dressed in glamorous gowns.
What kind of clothes are you even wearing?
The girl snickered behind her hand, while the messenger pulled on her sleeve.
Aggie, don't be rude!
Ha ha ha.
Such hubris, delicate fish. Are you not aware that there's food on your face?
You've got rice on your face.
Eyes opened wide.
Aggie, you've been snacking behind my back again!
Exposing me like this. I'll get my revenge.
The girl ran away in a fit. The Swordmaster smiled, and before she knew it, her hesitation was gone.
Young Ag is delightful.
After that first meeting, the richly dressed girl often came in greeting.
So, you really came from the Sea of Souls? Do all the children of the ocean dress funny like this?
The Swordmaster did not chase the girl away, but also did not respond. So the girl used her hands to meticulously measure the Swordmaster's torso all around.
You can't be seen like this. I'll send you a new dress.
Some days later, the Swordmaster appeared in finery at a ball. All were awed by her splendor, with only the Imperator thinking in wonder.
How rare to see you like this. Oh, so lonely, Gladius.
The Swordmaster's wardrobe grew full, and people praised Akima's Goldweaver for her cheerfulness and splendid skill. But only the Swordmaster noticed that the smile on the girl's face gradually faded as the flame chase progressed. The calamity of lands asunder added to the girl's weariness. The Battle of the Grove robbed the light from the girl's eyes. Yet another feast arrived where the Goldweaver was absent.
The Swordmaster donned the most majestic garments and gently knocked on that door shut tight. The singing voice of Dux Gladiorum hailed the prelude of the feast. Guests clamored and cups clinked, and only the Goldweaver had no thought of enjoying the ambrosia.
Who would have thought? I've sunk so low that I need you to comfort me.
She gave a bitter chuckle next to the bonfire.
You were as gloomy as the bedrock of the ocean when we first met.
The Swordmaster held a tall chalice, containing liquid pure, reflecting their two faces.
I remember you were once curious about the stories under the sea. Then allow me to use my songs to reveal the past known to none.
Okay, so this explains how close she and Aglaya were.
In the depths of the Sea of Souls was a kingdom of dancing ghosts. Its residents all had melodious voices, and music enveloped every ocean current. For the queen loved her people deeply, thus drowning out all sorrows and leaving only feasts and twirls. Only one rocky castle was silent, one belonging to the princess of the ocean, a princess named Electra.
Oh, Jester's home early.
Were a
Hello.
monster of the depths to invade, the
You're home
princess
early?
would raise her sword to engage.
Oh dear.
The people always rang her triumphs before she returned, for her swordsmanship was superb.
Oh dear.
Making spook
Never
today.
suffering defeat.
Princess! Come enjoy the feast with us.
The triumphant people raised their glasses, yet she declined with a smile and a wave. The children of the sea thought she was shy, but little did they know that in the dead of night, her castle too echoed with music. Though that music was loud, twisted, and invoked spite. Before a song even finished, the princess was already biting her lips, and the sea foam brushed away her tears.
You can turn off the air conditioner if you want.
All of your people sing and dance with skill. So why do I alone lack a good singing voice?
The princess wept, her face on the queen's knees.
The ocean's favorite child can control the waves and is invincible in battle. In exchange, Talantin took away your singing voice.
The queen consoled the princess, caressing the other's hair bun. Finally, she relented and took a chalice.
If you're truly troubled, then imbibe the honey brew in this blessed chalice and throw yourself into the feast at ease.
The liquid in the cup sat still, reflecting her loneliness.
Princess, come sing with us!
The people outside her window invited her warmly still. She finally ceased to hesitate, drinking down all the honey brew in one swallow, and leaped into the crowds.
She played music and sang, smiling and dreaming. When her song was over, it felt as if waking from a dream. And the people
But it's not alcohol,
to
guys.
raise their glasses.
It's not alcohol, guys.
But as soon as the honey brew touched her lips, the princess plummeted to the ground, and her cheeks became rosy in drunkenness.
So you've regained your melodious voice.
The whispers of the ocean filled
You can no
her
longer
ears
enjoy a feast while
as
sober.
The princess fell drunk again and again at the prelude of a feast.
Regained your melodious voice. You can no longer enjoy a feast while sober.
Seems like you still have not been able to get rid of that curse.
The gold weaver softly took the cup away from her hand.
If you want to enjoy yourself to the fullest, then leave this honey brew till the very end.
She smiled, then tilted the cup towards the gold weaver's lips.
Even if one is burdened with imperfections, I beg you to remember not to refuse that sip filled with fantasy and dreams.
Really was the ultimate wine mom.
Yeah. Yeah.
She returned home after many years. The princess of the ocean stood alone with her sword drawn, stepping over the blooming blood of her peers. Before her, the creator of the sea sirens and the mother goddess of feasts was already sinking into the drunkenness of imminent death.
Pour for me, Electra. Whether it's crystal clear honey brew or that heretical calamity.
And the blood pact of the law won over the ocean's core flame. The sea siren once again lost her melodious voice.
I'm willing to accept the final Imperial command. But it is a pity that our feast was ultimately a mirage.
The deep sea became a silent place of dwelling. Hugging her knees, Electra locked herself in. Savage and fearsome monsters swam past her, but none dared to interrupt her tragic dream. Till one day, a golden trout's bubbles floated into her gloomy waters.
Long time no see, Gladius. I see Lens. Now you have truly become the ocean's bedrock.
Old friends met again, and new friends came in greeting. Many messengers came in company. The playful kitten hid behind the golden trout. The butterfly of the deadly shadow fluttered in courtesy.
If you don't mind,
the resplendent pearl sparkled.
We hope you can regain your strength and sing for the world once again.
Electra raised her violin sword in doubt, as the strings had long ago rusted and snapped. But a few golden strands cleansed all the filth around her, then stretched out to become new strings. The golden strings showed Electra that the world she loved was not yet silent, and the journey of deliverance continued still. Yet the path to the Sea of Stars would not be a carefree feast. The golden trout never met with her again, and the waves brought endless news of sorrow. Amidst the long wait, she remained bound by decree. All the flames had died out, extinguished until this world fell into eternal silence. And the wordless enemies in the deep sea were the audience of this rite, the Theoros.
You already know that the world is just an illusion.
The sea siren gazed out beyond the heavens, and once more raised her glass to fill it with honey brew.
Since the mirage of pleasures can only disappear like foam, when you return, will you save some ocean spray for me?
This was a city of festivities, where never-ceasing songs eternally filled the air. Chrysos heirs, demigods, and mortals all came to feast from the four corners of the world. It was beautiful and radiant, performing the sea siren's drama amidst the revelry. The siren once longed for the banquet to never end, yet she witnessed the music fade and the guests disperse.
Excuse me.
As a fish, she was destined to drift with the waves, whether amidst the surging tides of evil or immersed in the currents of the starry sea. Until a millennium later, when the fish from beyond the sky finally took their seat.
I enjoy banquets. How about you, little gray fry?
Still don't have her final chapter. Well, let's go to Seridra. The Emperador's Flame Chase Path, Emperador's Unfinished Game, Emperador's Lonely Heart, and Emperador's Cause of Death.
Who would win? A young girl emerging from her sheath and showing her edge, or a tyrant who has emerged victorious from 100 battles? The Black and White Legion squared off on the battlefield. Golden and crimson blood converging into a coursing river.
The leader herself actually dares to step forth and face peril?
The tyrant charged toward the exposed gap in the king's flank, and instantly fell into a trap of raging flames and iron rain.
On the board, the king too is but a chess piece. If the king does not lead, how would any dare to follow?
She lifted the king of the crystal pieces high, as though proclaiming the ascension of a new king.
We're getting a raid.
Who would win? The holy city
Little
that
Dog
stood
and
for
Lily
1,000
Pad?
years? Or the foreign city-states, invading from 1,000 miles away?
Hello everybody. My name is Squeaky. I am a VTuber and we're usually streaming a variety of things. And today's thing is Honkai Star Rail. Love getting hit with 7 ads in a row. Oops on rating. Yeah, I think you rated during ads, funnily enough. Heckin', what was I gonna say? Right now we're currently doing Honkai Star. We're having more of a chill, vibey stream. We finished patch 3.5. And we're just going through the as I've written and getting caught up and reading all of this. And then we're probably going to be wrapping things up because I do have some things I need to do. So we're just kind of having a chill vibey time. So people that are here, enjoy your time. And heckin' thank you, Lilypad, for the raid.
Hollow hatred ignited the flames of war. The besieged walls of Dawn tottered.
Only a miracle can save us now.
The cowardly elders barred themselves behind closed doors, while the trembling citizenry knelt and prayed.
There is no need to panic. The miracle is already here.
Under the banners dancing like waves, the burning crown shone bright as the wheeling constellations. Who would win? The general who saved the city, or the high and mighty with their privileged authority? The guillotine fell, severing the elder's life. The whispers dissipated, and the scales of victory tipped.
From this day forth, I shall bring justice to the holy city.
The people cried out her name and knelt in reverence, but were stopped by the sound of the scepter of authority striking the ground.
Do not lower your heads beneath my crown.
This was the first, and also the only Imperator. Who would win? The heroes bursting with ambition, or the omnipotent gods?
The Imperator issued the decree! The start of the Flame Chase journey is at hand!
Perhaps drawn by the grand design to welcome the Era Nova, or perhaps convinced by that king's great renown. Righteous warriors from across the land gathered before the Imperator's throne. On the day the journey began, the sky was an expanse of fluttering banners. The people gazed upon the overwhelming military alliance, a golden city reflected in their eyes. As for the end of that chess game, the scholars debate endlessly, but such discussions always end with a sigh. The invincible Imperator faded at the pinnacle of power. The crown's flames extinguished in the lake. The banner, once revered by the people, along with the broken spears of the heroes, now a tomb. The people said,
"Even the sovereign that conquers all before her is no match for fate."
Yet she said,
In a war with fate, has there ever been any justice?
Alrighty.
back then, the tides of the Chrysos War had
Oh
not
yeah, hello.
yet
Yes,
engulfed this
we are.
city
We're having a really chill vibey stream. We're just going through the as I've written, and then we'll probably be wrapping things up because it's getting. We've been here for a while.
Without worries. She snuck into forbidden grounds while the servants were away, but was shocked by what she saw on that day.
Not to mention, my partner
chessboard,
just came back and
pieces,
from work early, and he's sick, so I want to
strange
kind of
woman.
tend to him and make sure he's okay.
The board dissected by daylight and shadow, the pieces polished from rough stones uneven.
Fancy a game? If you are my match, then I'll call you my friend.
The stranger's voice was husky and coarse.
If you can beat me, then I'll call you my teacher.
Despite the
probably
bravado,
retorted.
the princess had never touched chess. The defeat made her study in earnest, acknowledging the other as a teacher. First, she learned the knights, bishops,
rooks and queen. Then, how to defend, attack, capture, and checkmate.
Fuck.
But she still recalled what the stranger said.
My origins bring dark omens. So never tell others where your teacher is from.
I have learned all there is to learn. Barely out of childhood, the princess raced into games of chess. Those who looked down on her faced many losses. Those who glorified themselves forfeited in a mess. At her prime, none could rival her at all. Never tell others where your teacher is from.
Then the waves of the Chrysos War washed over the world. The Akamans welcomed a ruler. She was deemed Imperator and loved to play chess with herself. She regarded all things as pieces, whether Chrysos heirs or Titan's magnificent. Before every god-slaying campaign, she thought of the stranger from her childhood, as if that woman had always lived in her mind.
Isn't it lonely to play chess against yourself?
The princess did not understand at the time. But now, she who bore the crown finally realized. The flame chase's beginning was like fuel being tossed onto the fire. And in the unending road of marching banners and war cries, she finally had time to meditate. There were often jesters behind the king, curious about her past in her old city, lost to time. One claimed the Imperator was cruel, executing her own teacher. Another stated the Imperator was biased, learning from an enemy hostage. Many such rumors abounded, with no origin found.
No matter. That was indeed the criminal sentence I read out.
The Imperator stated evenly.
My teacher was an enemy hostage whom my elders had imprisoned. Her state betrayed our alliance and must be executed according to law. But she taught me chess. So why can't I chisel the word teacher on her tombstone now?
When the princess personally cleaned up the possessions of the dead, she caught sight of an incomplete game on the ground. The stranger's hoarse chuckle still echoed in her ear, laughing at the eternal fate of imprisonment, and at how the one facing her was the princess of the enemy.
Is this your final game for me, my teacher?
The princess imagined the endgame over and over. Even when she took the imperial crown, she still dreamt of the black and white board. The concealed truths suddenly dawned on her during a more difficult contest in the future. An unfinished game might be the opponent's lifelong barrier. The Imperator's armies stormed into the northern states for the first time, passing through city gates scorched by war.
Another tyrant still!
So exclaimed the angry child. The rock tossed from up high hit the girl's crown. The crowd shrieked and retreated, fearful of the ruler's flames of fury. The girl reached out, not to straighten the crown on her head, but to help up the child shivering in dread.
I heard in the old laws of this land, whoever assaults the crown shall be punished. But I wear another land's crown. And your old laws should also be abolished.
4 hours of the
After
yapping is
many
still
days,
going.
The Gold Weaver discovered in shock that wearing a crown or a hat to the side was now this land's fashion, likely to remain with the Imperator's name in tradition.
No, we finished the patch, about 3 hours ago. We're just going through the As I've Written, which is the storybook, which is, I guess, yeah, more yapping. But I don't mind this because it's a storybook. And it's something that I've kind of just been chilling here, listening to, and, like, occasionally having a little discussion here and there. Again, more of a chill vibe. Because
Queekie is going through her Yap backlog.
Yeah, essentially. And again, just going through all of this because it's going to probably keep updating till the end of Amphorius, and then there's just going to be too much to go through. So I'd rather go through what I have now while I have this stream for it. That being said, it means we're not going to be going through Rebirth today, and we probably won't next week either. But I'll get into that once I get closer to the end of stream.
The so-called heroes with golden blood in their veins all have the qualities to fight for the core flames. Who's to say this was not the gods' plan? To have the heroes at each other's throats, so the divine could hide in old law's lair and laugh, play, and gloat. Who made this world a chessboard, and with one stroke, one river, created the boundary between God and man?
Dux Gladiorum, Dux Carminum, Dux Helcalithist, Dux Fragoris, Dux Brumalis. Heed my call!
The girl stood before a mighty army with her scepter.
Today, I will insist on crossing the Rubicon. Gather the might of all heroes and begin the journey to slay gods!
Half of the core flames were now in her hands, and the hidden trickery Titan stirred, leaving taunts.
Grow taller, puny Empress. Otherwise you won't be able to catch me.
The Imperator summoned the heroes to discuss, finally stopping after much hesitation. As they had already pinned down the bones of Earth's beast,
Zagreus calling her short.
For a bit longer in bliss. The warrior of the fractured blade laughed boldly.
Our sovereign is good at open strategies and struggles with trickery. But where is that live fish?
The Imperator replied with a chuckle.
Her? She probably disliked the scent of cats and submerged herself in the baths.
The years spent with her dukes didn't seem too far distant. Yet, only after the end of many wars did the heroes discover how the Imperator's form walked more and more alone. When all others had departed in intoxication, the two of them gazed into each other's eyes, towards torrents deeper than their
I accidentally
fates,
skipped a thing again. I'm clicking too fast.
into profound silence.
The road of the ruler is a lonely one. One day we'll only be able to see her retreating form. The swordmaster of Singing Waves was worried too. When all others had departed in intoxication, the two of them gazed into each other's eyes.
Drink one more cup with me, my dear follower.
In the end, the Imperator first broke the silence.
When compared to the taste of salt and blood, I sometimes miss your ambrosia.
Also, it's so striking how different some of his lens performances are. It's almost hard to recognize the voice at the end compared to the beginning.
Yeah, at times.
The road of a ruler is a lonely one. One day, we'll only be able to see her retreating form.
The swordmaster.
Very different.
About the destruction about to be born. and the eternally occurring extrapolation. The Antikytheran spoke of all this in words unceasing.
So this is the old world I must fight against.
The girl's expression bore no sorrow or tragedy. Instead, she looked more solemn and ready than ever. Whoever stated that two kings could not meet face to face in chess?
I am the sovereign of Akama. I once faced the gods. So what do I have to fear about the laws hanging behind such gods? I will chop up the old laws and let them be firewood for the new.
No matter the cost. That was the Imperator's lifelong conviction. Never changed, always persistent.
Alrighty.
I dreamed that the Imperator's statue stood before the world-wearing altar, her gaze level with that of the gods, and blood gushed out from the statue's orifices, and the people, in cheers and elation, washed their hands in that golden blood. The tyrant's life will end with violent death. None will weep, and all will cheer as her statue topples. She will die before the dawn comes.
A vengeful aristocrat, one whose title was stripped by the Imperator, thus spoke.
We cannot agree with your excessive deeds. You have imprisoned Trebios' split selves, demanding that divine authority regress into the ruler's mouthpiece. We will reveal your future with the prophecy. And tell in truth, your crusade will indeed be a smooth path. Yet in the same breath, we see omens of your death, a demise in an absolute pure darkness. Even so, please excuse us, as our eyes continue to be drawn to your crown's flames. Dux Fatorum. We don't exactly hate that name.
In the name of Yanisopoulos' priestess, holy maiden, and oracle, thus spoke the Imperator's Dux Fatorum.
Allow me to remind you, your life is now on a countdown with the fall of law, and you will become law. I must confirm, is our deal still going strong? Is the future I promised you more satisfying than the future in the prophecy? Ah, you are as resolute as always. Good. Oh, as ever, this prison of gods, Amphorius and all mundane and average worlds, needs someone like you. A daring ruler.
I think we got the credit for
Let us end this
Lygus' actor in the Keeping Up with Star Rail for somebody, for Finan, I think.
Amphorius' Theoros, the Imperator's co-conspirator, Lycurgus, thus spoke.
The Imperator betrayed the Flame Chase Alliance. And
I believe so, yet.
Who paved the way for her achievements.
One of the Keeping Up with Star Rails he's in, and his credit is given.
Fish cannot escape the tide's push and pull. I granted her an end fitting for a tyrant. Her dying smile, gaze toward
Blythe Melon.
Yeah, Blythe Melon. Very wonderful.
She commanded me to wash away all sins and filth, and return a blinding dawn to the holy city. She commanded me to set up stones and monuments, in lightless seabeds to commemorate our friends. But who will remember her achievements?
He's so good.
I will rest with her in a lonely song.
Electra, the last heir of the ocean, who played music on the waves alone, spoke thus.
Please record the truth of my life, dear author. No need for words of praise or solemnity, just as I once instructed Dux Carminum. The histories of rulers are not for recording our merits, but for warning future generations. As for why the Imperator died, and what reproach she would face in life and death, those should be left for the new world to judge. Now I have personally entered my end, a self-flagellation. Let the boiling gold cover
The way he manages to effortlessly flow between emotions and tones as he monologues is very impressive.
For I am certain I have won half a move against the gods. And this unfinished game will be left to the future to reach completion.
Saridra, the only Imperator the Holy City had ever seen, spoke thus.
That's a thing too, where they mentioned that whenever golden blood spilled on the city or something like that, it spelled out her name.
Yep.
Yeah. Let the boiling gold covering the holy city be stamped with my name. Alrighty. Alrighty, last two are very short. And then we will wrap things up. Give me a moment. I do need to use the bathroom. It'll just be a quick second.
All that tea.
Alright. Legs never shuts up even when he's not on screen. Yup. Alrighty. Seismic walking dragon. Beast of the desolate ancient land and earth-mending dragon.
The ancient chaos was shrouded in silence and shadow. The giant dragon's offspring was born from the earth. Sweet dreams had smothered the giant dragon's eyes and ears. And as they slept, the 100 eyes of Aquila had already opened. And Fagusa had begun to stir the playful waves. Yet Giorios remained weighty and silent. Layer upon layer of peaks enveloped the dragon, cradling them in a bed more grand than any in existence. The giant dragons spent their childhood in darkness. From the moment their bleary eyes blinked open from haze of slumber, they hungered to feast on crude iron and drink deep of molten lava. Until one day, they raised their head, and with a low, guttural voice, pleaded to glimpse light. The Titan lifted them up by their ribs, slowly raising them, the dragon's spine sliced through the strata of rock, cutting open the soil. When they reached the surface, they summoned mist woven of the fire of the stars, as though seeing themselves clearly and in full through the eyes of a giant bird. The giant dragon walked the earth alone. The Titan knew they were lonely and terrified too, and so sculpted new beasts from flesh and bone. In that wild, barren world, the giant dragon led the beasts of the earth. Excessively long life gifted the giant dragon with eyes that could pierce the veil of years. They witnessed the separation of day and night, as well as the entanglement of reason and romance. And even Kefali did not neglect to share with them a chalice of golden blood. The ocean teased, saying, even should the earth sink utterly, they would not rot. Ever since they opened their eyes, the giant dragon rarely returned to slumber, and thusly, that mesmerizing dream that occasionally burst forth at night etched a trace on their memory. The gods they were familiar with were in this dream, and they were as immense and imposing as ever, yet had lost their freedom. Just what manner of magnificent pathstrider could imprison the Titans as mere reflections? The giant dragon dreamed also of their own path, that great breath from the heavens, or perhaps from beyond even the heavens. They dreamed of silver shards amongst the stars, reflecting the form of another giant dragon. That great cerulean dragon approached Amphorius, the distant whispers roiling, becoming a roar engraved on the earth. They recognized the meaning in that low roar. Its name, permanence.
Okay.
Yep.
You are the oldest of countless beings and must protect these brothers and
In the years
sisters.
spent wandering the earth, the giant dragon always remembered the Titan's words for their worth. The beast of the land surrounded it in protection, while twisted beings shuffled and roared, and delicate chimeras climbed up its shoulders. After the tiny humans came into being, they dashed alongside the giant dragon, then, in the blink of an eye, disappeared across the land.
Ah, what a beautiful era of peace.
Yet, the deep irises of the giant dragon saddened in gloom. The ancient creature saw, earlier than the Titan did, hidden in the deep ocean, the incoming doom. The giant dragon recalled, at the moment that strife was born, the chalice of plenty sighed, and the heretical tide spread from the seabed. Bearing their bone-gnawing pain and agony, Georios tightened every fiber in their body, no longer hearing the call of their creations clearly.
Your pain cannot save the lives in this world.
The giant dragon once swore an oath at the Titan's breast. And now, the dragon silently turned and departed, leaving the plateaus and mountains of a secluded world, and entering the bustling cities humankind crowded.
Thank God for the freaking Trailblazer reading this, because I would have read that. I know the word plateau, but my brain would have looked at that word and said platios.
Ha 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 ha.
My brain would have been like leaving the platios and mountains of a secluded world, and you would have laughed at me. You would have laughed at me. You would have laughed at me and called me stupid.
Absolutely.
Thousands of years later, the giant dragon realized
No,
those
I would have
tiny
called you adorable.
creations of Kefali had rooted their civilization in time.
Which is basically the same thing, but hey.
How can there be such a huge Dromus?
Dromus? No, that's a walking mountain of gold.
Curious residents were amazed at its appearance, while greedy brokers calculated its value. Yet, the giant dragon simply walked in leisure, not harming a single building of any stature, nor paying heed to anyone. It quietly listened to the people's language, and its form dissolved in the flames of war. Many years later, Aquila closed their eyes, and the giant dragon's steps were finally halted. A sword master who broke the waves stopped its way, and a ruler, commander of the chessboard, looked up with inquiry.
Are you the Dromus that has been attacking all states?
The commander invited the giant dragon to hunt the divine flames together. The giant dragon nodded, but it did not look at the commander, and never mentioned where it came from. Its timeless sight had already seen past the flame chase's final plight.
Hello, Giuliano.
Georios shall be executed here!
The Titan, in a painful daze, closed their eyes with a sigh.
I do not blame you, wild ancestor of all souls.
Suddenly, the mountains shook and the land cracked. The wounds dealt by the Black Tide, once mended by the Titan, now tore the land apart again. The calamity of lands asunder. Who should shoulder such a duty? The giant dragon sunk into the earth in answer. For the earth was the breast of Georios, and the dragon's birthplace. And from that day forth, Amphorius had a new legend of how a giant dragon collected the broken lands and once again made the earth whole.
Alrighty. Alrighty, and the last one, foreign mysterious guest.
Okay, so I just have to say.
Bae.
Why don't we have anything from Anaxa meeting Teravox?
Maybe not yet. Because if they each have 5 chapters, maybe the one of the last 3 chapters have something. I don't know.
Why can't the ultimate dinosaur kid meet the biggest dinosaur?
I don't know. Fate is cruel.
We need it.
When I called you mother.
The gates of the Temple of the Three Fates gently open on the day of prayer, and the crowd crouched, whispering like the tide. The priests of Yanis listen to the prophecies. The unwavering axis of the scales of Talantin maintains balance, and only Orynyx remains silent.
Is that why Anaxa is so grumpy?
Maybe.
He never got to meet the biggest Dromus?
Teach me how to answer prayers.
The Titan tasked with time is as perplexed as a child.
Don't be scared. Please don't be afraid.
A familiar voice rings out.
Listen carefully. The future they want is in the past.
like the first light of the morning star.
Really? In the past?
That's why he hates the
child
Titans.
sank
They took
into
the
a
world's
peaceful
greatest majesty
slumber
from him.
of recollection, whispering revelations in their sleep. Until the masses crying out amidst the flames of war were swept away by the sounds of sharp swords locking. The fires of ambition incinerating the law.
Mother. Usurper. Assassinate the divine body.
Memories are tightly entangled by nightmares, with nowhere to run.
Don't be scared. Please don't be afraid.
An unfamiliar voice rings out.
Go to sleep. The ending they want is yet to be born.
Like the warm glow of the setting sun.
Really? Not here yet?
The child continues to sleep, waiting for the next waking dream. And when they opened their eyes, 2 of the 3 fates who once received offerings had already faded from the pages of history.
Mother! I'm already all alone.
The child let out a helpless cry.
Don't be scared. Please don't be afraid.
A familiar voice rings out in the mirror.
Just wait. The stars that illuminate the night will visit in the end.
Like gentle moonlight. The gates of the Temple of the 3 Fates now close tight. People no longer pray to a titan who cannot touch the world. Within the inescapable dreamscape, the flower stems nourished by the black tide serve as a swaddling embrace, drowning the young child's soul.
Mother, help me leave this place.
But this time, they didn't receive a response. Only long years of yearning and pain. Like the silence of the Evernight. Days and nights passed. The years turned. Dust covers the glory of the past. The priests have forgotten this titan.
Waiting. Hate waiting.
They watched over the slumbering sprite, gazing at the dull mirror. But a fleeting mirage flickers in the mirror. The shining stars and the lights of the home. And a strange yet familiar voice.
Wake up! Our familiar old friends have already arrived.
Like the newborn dawn.
Mysterious foreign guest, Evernight.
My friend, have you heard of the Rosy Celestial Maiden? Whether in a corner of the archives, or in the depths of a cave, you can always find legends about her. She had hair like a rosy pink dawn, and a smile that could thaw the most glacial ice. Some say she was Nikador's nemesis, while others say Nestia was infatuated with her. Oh, mysterious and beautiful celestial maiden. How I wish to turn into a slate, forever etched with your tale. Many
Ostel
claim to
sounds
have
way
seen
more
that
cheerful
celestial
reading this
maiden,
one.
either in the half-remembered dreams of early morning, or in the gossip and whispers after supper.
She once whispered in my ear.
She once saved my life.
She gifted me an ice crystal!
Her worshippers recite her deeds, even writing some into family teachings. Curious poets ask up and down the land,
only to find that the details of these encounters are difficult to
So the Rosy
recount,
Celestial Maiden has
even for the
always been a
witnesses
thing.
themselves. In the entire Holy City, there are none who can provide proof of her existence. It is not known since when the Celestial Maiden was always mentioned together with time. People recite her name during prayer to beg for miracles to appear faster. It is said that even in the selection of priests of time, girls with pink hair are preferred.
Which is why Cyrene probably got accepted as well. When she was like, I'm going to go become a priest of time. I'm a priest of time now. Pink hair.
They still didn't pick me. Maybe I need to go dye my hair.
The brunette candidate was upset, but the examiner responded with a smile.
Don't forget the Healer of Twilight. Has a head of pink hair. She's a descendant of the sky.
How long do I have to record? Can I say the line quickly? Is that a good read? What the fuck was that, bruh?
Haha, yeah, that was very funny.
What the fuck? The Healer of Twilight has a head of pink hair, but she is a descendant of the sky. That's funny. Beg for miracles. It is said that even in the selection of priests of time, girls with pink hair are preferred.
Scholars and poets discuss at length the origins of the Rosy Celestial Maiden. But all mothers tell the same tale. That princess came from beyond the sky. Her shooting star, like crystal ice, pierced the fog of the Veil of Evernight. She made friends with the Titan, and whenever the month of Evernight descended, they would meet again.
It's March.
The children loved that tale. Therefore, as the moon turned and shifted phases, the story became true. But someone always questions, unable to read the air.
There are no worlds beyond the sky. So how can the Rosy Celestial Maiden come from there?
March 7th.
Rosy Celestial Maiden. A world beyond the sky.
It's very clear that she's supposed to be the Rosy Celestial Maiden.
Takes out the photostone, claiming it is the true work of the Rosy
Oh yeah, very
Celestial.
obviously.
Yeah.
The citizens laugh at this tale.
Was it the third person we talked to? Yeah.
True. After all, long before the guests beyond the sky arrived, the legend of the Rosy Celestial
The Rosy Celestial Maiden took off when people went through March's camera.
But it's always been a thing.
My friend, have you really heard
Maybe.
of the Rosy Celestial Maiden?
It literally just said here, after all, long before the guests beyond the sky arrived, the legend of the Rosy Celestial Maiden had already covered the world. Now, this could be a matter of, could March have, like, could it have been a thing that we started a long time ago and it's because we're already fucking with timey-wimey shit? Maybe. But...
Oh, I know, but this is as we've written.
Yeah. But it seems like the legends of the Rosy Celestial Maiden have always been a thing. And then it's the whole thing of like girls with pink hair are preferred by the priests of time. And then the fact that Cyrene became a priest of time. Alrighty, we can claim all of this now. Thank you, 780 Jade, just sitting there.
What we write here is likely our act of world bearing.
Yeah. Alrighty. All Eidolons required. Alrighty. Little funny chart thing I think right here, Flame Chaser's Path.
I don't think we're a fully reliable narrator.
I don't know. I don't know either. It's hard to say. Paths lit, leaving only echoing music and sings for none. Yeah, so it's just the last bit. And then whatever is in the center.
We're writing what we've decided to be true, and the new world will likely be created from these writings.
Probably, yeah. Okay. Well, either way, I think with everything now, unfortunately, Eggy, I know you just got here, but we're gonna be now wrapping things up. I still gotta do the rest of my dailies. Oh. Well, that's always been there. Ascension materials. Ice. I guess I probably should start grabbing that. If I'm gonna get either... I'm gonna get Cyrene at the very least. Physical, lightning. I'll use this person's Firefly for now. But yeah,
not sure if the Rosy Celestial Maiden is a long-standing myth, or if we've simply decided to write it into memory.
Yeah, it's hard to say. All I know is that in the hour that one fucker saw into March's camera, everybody was talking about a Rosy Celestial Maiden. Is it really her? Is she real? Everyone's talking about it. She essentially became a meme. And it makes me wonder... It makes me wonder how... if we created a meme, or if we reignited one.
Insanity.
It's hard to say, honestly. I don't know.
Yet it's hard to say how much time that was, but I'm sure there's writing on it, so I'll take a gander through things.
Revelry comes to a halt. Do a couple of these. But yeah, it's gonna let a couple of battles of these go through, and then we will wrap things up. I mostly just want to finish up my dailies.
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Because I could also do Apocalyptic Shadow and stuff. I think is the one that refreshed. One of them refreshed. But I'll usually leave that to off stream. I don't really super care to do them on stream, unfortunately.
Have some sunshine. Gotta stop them here. Dispel the gloom.
We went through a lot of reading. But at least it's all caught up with now. I got a fuck ton of Jades. Which is also great. It's just been sitting there.
Haha, yet.
Until everything burns to ashes! Fight to live!
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
We also did start a little bit late. I woke up pretty late. I was having some pains last night, which made things a little difficult. Let's see. Grab a couple of those, even though at the moment we don't need them. Is that really all that gave? Sure, I'll do this once. Form this weird cat thing. And there we go, daily's done. That does mean at the same time on my own, oh, claim these. And all those special assignments are now done. Where's our warp at? Trigger her action, advance effect, and defeat her before. Huh. Let's see. Nameless. Honor. Get that going. Get those. Messages. Asta. What? Oh, the AI. Ready to transfer the funds. Are you the one paying again? Okay. Name these. Delete red. Where are we at warp-wise? Okay. Not that I'm gonna pull, because I don't really feel the need to. Oh, I have freaking shards. Lol. That's 81. Here we go, stellar purchase. 66. Okay, I've got 66 pulls. And where's my pity at? Because I tried pulling for high ceilings before and didn't really get anything in the time in the passes I allotted, and I just left it at that. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 21. So I'm at 21 pity. 21 pity. I can get it to 25 pity with 4 pulls. Let's do 4 pulls and then we are out. I have a lot of pulls here, but I'm not gonna use these until I actually do like pull. Let's take some of these. Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Ah, free pull. Reimbursed pull, though.
No.
Nope. Alrighty, last pull. Last mulligan. Nope.
No.
Nope. Alright. Done. Alrighty. That brings me to an even 25 pity. So, I wasn't really super planning on getting high ceilings anyway, so that works out. We did get Kafka a while back, so if anything, I'm doing pretty good. When it comes to Evernight, when she comes out, I've got to see her kit. I've got to see how Patch is. I might not pull for her. I might hold off and just save for Cyrene. But yeah, this is where we're going to be wrapping things up for tonight. I've got a sick jester to check on.
Yeah, I'm planning to get her, but we'll see how it goes, since Cyrene is non-negotiable.
Yeah, so I've got a sick jester to tend to. I've got a big batch of soup to be making pretty soon. It's going to be a bit of a long endeavor. Got a couple things to do. That being said, when it comes to next week, there's going to be a couple hurdles. So next Saturday, this coming Saturday, we should be able to have a stream. I'm not sure at what time. I think we're having Net 19 meeting. I'm not sure. I can't remember if we're doing Gilligan's or not. It's the first Saturday of the month next week. This coming Saturday. So we'll see what happens. That being said, Sunday, we will likely not be having a stream. Because I'm going to be having a meeting about something in the future that's Net 19 related. I don't want to say, and I don't think I can say at the moment. But I think my usual stream time is going to be the meeting for that. And unfortunately, next week we will also not be having a stream. Because it is Labor Day, and I was asked if I wanted to work on that day. And while I normally say no to working on Mondays, Labor Day, as much as I don't like, I usually say no to working on Mondays. Labor Day is time and a half.
That's hilariously ironic. But yeah.
Yeah. So, it's not a long shift, but it's right during stream time. So, and having the extra money is very nice for, again, things I need to pay for. Things like that. There will come times where I will need to accept some shifts if it means getting some extra money, and I can't entirely say no to time and a half. So, that being said, unfortunately, that means we do have to delay the Elden Ring stream. That will probably happen, obviously not next Sunday, but probably the Sunday after. And then when it comes to Rebirth, it will have to also be the Monday after. Unfortunately, Rebirth has been getting a lot of delays. I mostly blame Star Rail for that, but it just is where the chips fall. I had considered maybe putting Rebirth on Saturday, but I don't really want to do that. I already said we'd be doing Kingdom Hearts and getting back to it, and we're so close to the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 that I don't want to delay that if I can. I've already delayed Kingdom Hearts by 2 weeks as well. So
agreed.
Now that we're pretty much all caught up with Star Rail, there's nothing that needs to be done on stream for Star Rail. We're caught up with 14. There's nothing really needed to do on 14 for stream. Now I can get some things moving. And as I get more things moving, as I start getting the status of certain things, I'll also be able to plan the 24-hour stream. I really want that to be the debut stream for the Squeaky Chibi model. It's not done yet. So once I get that, I can really start planning the 24-hour stream. As much as I would have liked it to be somewhere at the end of the summer, I did also say during the charity stream that if not the end of the summer, at least before the end of the year. So we're looking at maybe possibly a late September, October-ish date. It all really depends on where I get that bottle. But that's unfortunately where things are for next week. So we're only going to have one stream next week. And depending on what happens with Gilligan's, if we end up having it or not, which I'm pretty sure we shouldn't, it will be a nice long stream to hopefully wrap up Kingdom Hearts. But that all being said, we are going to head out now. So again, for those who really wanted to play to watch Rebirth, myself included, sorry that couldn't happen. For those who stuck with me regardless through a long storybook session, essentially, thank you so much for spending time with me. I think we are going to raid into Verendel, who is currently streaming. Right now they're having a just chatting stream, but I think I can check out what they're doing. But yeah, say hi, say
the
that
bread is here.
They're cute.
Can you believe it? We were just about to throw all this away.
Head out.
What a
We
waste.
just finished 3.5, a bunch of the As I've Written, and heckin' we've been having a time. But if you want to hang out with us a little bit later and heckin' yap with us about 3.5, if you finished it, I'm definitely down in our little corner. I think it already rated us out. Or I think, oh no, I already just pressed the thing. Okay, we haven't rated yet. All right, good. Okay, well, we're gonna be heading out. I will see you, Yap After our sesh. Hell yeah. Alrighty then. I will see you all later. All have a wonderful night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Mwah.